Today, we return to Germany for a fourth time to celebrate the winter holidays in style. Today, it's the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring here on RacespotTV, here from Germany. Welcome everyone to the fourth annual running of this event. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside me in the booth for the first 5 hours of our coverage is Taylor Burris. Today, we're here in Germany to see how these drivers fare around the Nordschleife. 24 hours on the clock, 58 teams, 4 different classes looking to try and celebrate the winter holidays in style, Taylor.
They certainly are, and good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. We are about to see some exciting racing action here in the wintertime at, of course, the most beautiful racing circuit in all the world, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as we are about to see several classes about to do battle for 24 hours. Justin, I gotta say, it's always great to see these drivers battling it out. Let's take a look at the car classes.
Yes, indeed. Today, the SP9, the first of those 4 classes, those feature the GT3 machines, including the BMW, the Mercedes, and the Porsche 911 GT3R. SP7 also amongst those respective classes today, also known as the Cup 2 class, with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, also known as the 992. Then you had the SP10s today, those are the GT4 machines with the Mercedes and the Porsche, and of course the TCR class featuring the Honda Civic, the Audi RS3 LMS, and the Hyundai Elantra NTC. 4 different classes, 4 different speed brackets essentially around the racetrack, and 58 total drivers in teams ready to go. So let's take a look at how they'll start today. Let's start things off with how things fare out. This is SP7. These are your Cup cars to start things off. 19th on back officially. That's Effect Esports on the pole with Swilio Almeida alongside DOT.exe Esports Green. Motel Esports' third entry starts alongside Romanian team Takaro Esports. Or Racing by Tam Livery and Racetech Performance, the top 6. Adrenaline Esport Cup starts behind them in 7th with Nordsim Racing in 8th, Vamos Carrera, along with Randell Racing, PCF Racing Orange amongst the top 10. You also have amongst that respective top 12 grouping at Schultz.ch Sim Racing Team. One other team is in that respective class, that's East Coast Motorsports, racing amongst those Cup cars in SP7 here today. Of note, drivers did get the briefing before today's race, East Coast to the back of the field. But speaking of the front of the field, these are your SP9 cars today. Andre Wolf would put his team up on the pole for Torque Sim Sport by Wagner with Nick Technic, with some momentum for previous sim racing events as of late. LDR Sim Sport, Adrenaline Esport, Effect Esports, the top 4. Then you have Progressive Sim Racing Bravo starting alongside Cabot Motorsport. Following along behind them will be Sports, so far Racing Orange. Motel Esports and Indy Autosport Red, and Deutsche Payment Esports. Keep an eye on the last time we raced here in Germany on this channel. They were quick here at this racetrack. Rosen Speed FSR starts in the 11th overall position. Then you have Revolt Sim Racing. Turtle Power Racing looks to power their cars with turtles today, with STK Esport Racing Team starting 13th. PCF Racing Neon and Low Grip Racing Team start amongst the top 16, and JP Performance by NF CAD in 17th. Switch It Obsidian having some issues early on, not able to hit the racetrack yet. They were slotted 18. Team Schnitzel by Starlight FTR Esports fall behind by EQE Rich Dassault. Then their green entry followed by Switch It Amber in the class. Of note, Full Send Racing and FTR Esports 21 to the back. Taylor, you have the next class.
We certainly do. Next up is the TCR class with Roberto Ferrari with the Seibelt Esports Racing Team. Then it's .exe Esports as well in the front row. Sports Support Racing Green and Racetech Performance Racing Green will be in row number 2, with the AVA Vervatic Slow Choo Choo in the 5th spot, and Iconic Motorsports rounding out your 6-car field. And then, of course, the iRacing Today Motorsports Honda starting in P7. Moving on to our final class, the SP10 class, utilizing the GT4 spec cars. It is Carter Hutchinson in the Frozen Speed FSR number 85, followed by Effects Esports in second place. Mad Sim Sports will be starting in row number 2 with Reta Racing Elephants in 4th position. PCF Racing Mint will be in 5th with the Motul Esports number 2 machine in 6th position. Turtle Sim Racing Green will try to go super fast today here as a race in 7th with the Gumpton Racing in 8th. Starting in row number 5, you'll have the Sapphire Sim Sports Alpha with the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Labs in 10th. Rounding in row 6 will be the Project Dynamic Green with Screeching Moose Motorsports back in action. And then rounding out the last 4 spots, it's Low Grip Racing SP10 in 13th with McGuire's Team FR 13DA Sports in 14th. PAG DPDE is going to be in 15th with the STK Racing Team GT4 rounding out your 16-car field in SP10.
That's all top to bottom at your running order today. 58 teams taking part in today. Some of the teams did have to start for the pit lane. We are in the midst of the final lap of the formation lap. Drivers, well, warm their tires. Your keys to victory for this event, Taylor.
Well, first and foremost, it is all about you versus the track. This track here will absolutely test the limits here. 170 turns, 16.12 miles. This is going to be about a long time, and this is probably the slowest these drivers are going to have to be dealing going around this circuit because you don't know what could happen here around this circuit. For your SP9 class, as well as your SP7 class, make sure you take your time getting around the slower traffic. As we'll know, this can be a big issue we'll see with these drivers when they come up on those slower cars in this race, which they will in very short order. Finally, for here tonight, strategy is going to come to play big time. Knowing when and when not to come down pit road, even if others are doing so, try to see if you can get that extra lap here or there in order to stay out as long as possible in order to receive the checkered flag. And finally, 24 hours, you cannot win it on lap 1, turn 1.
Robert's now getting the command over the radio to double up to start off the 2022 edition of this event, the run up to the start and finish line. It's Andre Wolf and Dork Sim Sport in control on the right side of the racetrack. It's Elliot Hellier for TLDR Sim Sport on the left side. We're glad to have you with us here to kick off the winter holidays in style. It's the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring and a very cold racetrack. Coming up towards the command from race control to be able to hit the loud pedal to start things off for this event. Wolf's on the pedal. Green flag is waving. We're underway for the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring. A great start for Wolf, pulling off and away. Adrenaline East Motorsport takes advantage as well as Effect Esports. 3 wide offset into the first corner of this lap. Oh, and someone's way off the racetrack. One car launches its way off the circuit. That is Joshua and Sigurd appears amongst those who got shuffled towards the very back. Deutsche Payment loses several spots to start things off for the class.
Already some great racing action up towards the front of the field here as they work their way through the GP section of the course here. We're going to be riding on board with one of those BMWs here as they work their way over towards the hairpin as one car is around. That looks like to be the Progressive Sim Racing of Dominic Groh in the 111 BMW having it off here. He's able to gather it back up. No issues to the car as far as no damage, but he will continue on.
That was a car that started off in the 5th position. Keep in mind that it spun around right there. These drivers already making their way towards the Nordschleife portion of the course. Wolf already with a sizable advantage that has been closed up quickly, though, by Julian Sawarski. Up and hitting a bit of the off-track, Max Wagner also in this grouping. Hellier also in the pack with Ashton Egermeers with Cabot Motorsport amongst this 5-car, nearly 6-car pullway with Malt Stump trying to keep things up. Of note, the next class, the Cup 2 cars are getting all set to go. It's Zoyo Almeida who is in control of this field. That's on your right side of the screen, starting alongside Marius Rutler for DLT.exe. The Nordschleife goes. The SP9 cars, the Cup cars, really waiting long to be able to get the launch to start the race. There goes Silvio Almeida, off and away goes the Cup cars. And a great launch by Effect Esports. Motel Esports boxed in. Already a huge send for the Romanians on the left side of the racetrack as they make their way to the arena section.
Already you see some great racing action here amongst the front of the Cup class here as they go side by side for that third position between the Motel Esports and the Decaro Esports machine of Artios Condelas and Philip Burswill, who are now going to have a battle as they make their way over into the back half of the GP section. Really great action here as they try to negotiate through as they work their way down towards the hairpin.
Already off to a strong start for the most part, and you see the next cars forming up on the screen as well. Those drivers led by Carter Hutcherson for Frozen Speed FSR, Full Send Racing known to be quick. Effect Esports very quick in the practices in preparation with Lars Devon for that side. They still have a fair bit of time, keep in mind. Reach that start box the next 30 seconds. You can already see just how much speed is being carried, though, by these SP9s to the right side.
Yeah, they absolutely are here as we see a little bit of battling for position in the BMWs here as they work their way through in the SP9 class, but it looks like our SP10s are about to come out onto the front stretch to get their race kicked off.
Already about a car length advantage nearly for Carter Hutchinson up towards the starting zone. See if they close it up or if they stay offset. We've seen a very early launch, remember, for SP7. This one around the middle of the grouping. Hutcherson off and away. Slow start for Effect Esports. We're off and away for SP10. Three wide already. Alex Kraus for Mad Simsport making a move. Motel Esports gets boxed in. A bad start for Effect. Taylor.
Very rough spot indeed here for the Motul Esports, as well as your second place runner right now, as he is stuck right there in amongst the traffic. Terrible jump on the field as he falls all the way back to the 5th spot for the FX Esports 910 Mercedes. Has to find a way to gather it back up, but the good news is it's still early on. A lot can happen as they negotiate through the GP section.
By the way, the last of the class, the TCR's just taking the green flag now. Roberto Ferrari, a familiar name in this type of racing, leading Dennis Neidhart and Marcus Brulich into the top 3 already. Contact, Dirk Fetterman getting hit up the track of the backdrop. The rest of the grouping staying single file as they make their way off through the GP portion of the circuit.
Currently are making their way through as they head off through the middle section of the GP circuit. Most of these drivers in the TCR get trouble indeed.
Trouble on the right side of the screen. You see that's in the heart of the pack with Sapphire Sport, SimSport Alpha. With some of the cars we just seen start in SP10. Up to the back half of the grouping, kicking up a plenty bit of sand. Turtle Sim Racing Green also, with significant damage from that incident. You see the front damage from Sapphire.
As they work their way through, we'll see the 92 machine continue on his way, but lost all that valuable time, but still a lot of time left for him to work his way up through the field as they now enter onto the Nordschleife.
So an interesting race to say the very least when it comes to racing at the Nordschleife. For the distance here at the circuit, 16.12 miles alone. You've been around this racetrack. You have to be precise. You cannot afford mistakes such as this one. Looks fine, right? Well, just able to avoid more significant contact with the rejoin at least.
Certainly have been able to do so here as we pick up our SP9 category. Watching about the battle, I have to say a little bit closer. It's got to be the battle for P3 between the Mercedes of Effect Esports of Max Furtwängler and Elliot Hellier in the TLDR SimSports BMW, really putting on a stellar drive as they are working their way towards the middle section of the Nordschleife.
Coming up towards the final corners, the Dodger Ho, one of the top passing opportunities, Taylor, throughout the race today. But remember, fuel saving also could be a very critical portion of the circuit. It's a very difficult track to pass at if you don't choose the right spot.
Yeah, it certainly is. You have to be so careful because even though the circuit has a lot of braking corners and everything, it's a lot of high-speed corners as well that you can really send your car into. But one bad off the corner, a little too tight off corner exit, you have to be careful with hitting that grass here as they now make their way down the Dottinger Ho and try to utilize the slipstream to set up a pass heading into Tiergarten as they work their way through. We pick up our SP7 leaders now as they work their way into the carousel for the first time.
See how close they have gotten so far amongst that respective group. And already pulling away a sizable amount over Philip Burswill in the Motel Esports machine. Meanwhile, by the way, up front, there was a swap. TLDR Simsport did take the run to get back up to third with the result of the draft.
The draft will come into a big play when it comes to racing down the Dottinger Ho and trying to work their way through that. You'll see a lot of drivers wait pretty much till that long straightaway to make a significant pass for position, because then it makes it even a little bit more difficult for some of these drivers to set up passes once they head onto the Nordschleife as they head down into the Mercedes arena and continue on through.
Oh, trouble. Oh, and more contact. One car had spun. Sports Sofort Racing Orange got bounced around. Seemed all of that kicking off with whatever car was at that corner exit going through the opening portion of the circuit.
Tough break for him as we'll take a look at the replay. And was there contact? Yes, there was. A big shunt down to the rear bumper of that Mercedes. More cars jockeying around for position, almost collecting up into the tire barrier as they head onto the GP circuit.
So as a result, things got stacked up a little bit. That was one of the effect machines that was in 4th position prior to the shunt. They are back to 10th as a result of the contact. Looking up at the other portions of the racetrack, meanwhile, one of the Motel machines looking to make some moves. That is around the Elephant car. That is what's a racing Elephant who gets zipped around with their 294.
Yeah, a little bit of a good run right now as they're running in the 3rd position. They're still quite a ways back from your race leader of the Frozen Speed FSR, as they are 4.7 seconds back, but anything is easy to change as the run progresses on, as they make the run over towards the carousel right here. It's all about finding that rhythm, finding that pace during this stage of the race, getting yourself settled in, and then, of course, surviving for the next 24 hours.
Keep in mind, Full Center Racing, known for some strong speed, more so though in touring car competition, Taylor, we've seen over the years. But they have picked it up with their sports car speed, as we've seen in the past year. We take a look, meanwhile, with the other pack starting to close up to the Elephant machine. Mad Simsport, Effect Esports, also in that train.
Alex Kraus and Lars Devan are currently rounding out your top 5, both of them in the Mercedes as well, being this choice of car for the GT4, or for the SP10 category, I would have to say, as they work their way a little bit off corner right there for the Motul Esports of Nick Dessler, who is trying to work his way through and survive through this section of the course, but starting to stretch out his lead over the rest of the top 5.
You already see just how some of the small gaps already form with the comparisons of speeds in the middle of these sections. PCF Racing being currently pressured by Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. Of course, Torque Freak Racing, we've seen them perform well in the past year. Also, they have a history of working with Grizzly Motorsports and in various other series. The road program, though, fairly strong with Antti Salminen trying to provide the pressure.
They certainly are as they work their way cresting down the hill. I mean, this is a very fast section of the circuit. You have to be so careful where you input your car because you're carrying so much speed. One off track a little bit could easily send your car into the Armco barrier. You have to be so careful as they head into the second bank corner momentarily before they make the run down the Dottinger Ho.
Yeah, and if you get the tires wrong just even a little bit, you've seen with the slide, you can spin out very easily, absolutely. They try and find a way to close up the respective gap to get back up to the rest of the leading groups around the racetrack in this respective class, as we already have just about, if not already completed, the first full lap around this racetrack. Keep in mind, we're already about 30 minutes into the event. Most of that so far has gone to the formation lap. Let's take a look, meanwhile, at the ends of the course. Some of the Cup cars taking a look at that. That's Race Tech Performance currently trying to keep up with Secure Esports, 4th and 5th in the class respectively.
Yeah, very strong battle in the SP7 class, in the Cup class, as they work their way through. Strong battle throughout your entire top 6, I would have to say, separated anywhere between about a second or so per each car. So there is a very strong contingency of battling here in this category as they work their way through. Watching on a little up the road, the Motul Esports machine. Philip Burswill is currently holding on to that 3rd position. He's about 4 seconds back from your top 2, who are in a very spirited battle, but he's got to worry about the Zucaro Esports number 10 machine right there in hot pursuit as they make their way in.
First penalty of the race just awarded for a collision during the formation lap. You may have noticed damage on the 51 car, Motul Esports, their 2nd entry. They will have to serve a drive-through penalty. Race Control has just issued 2nd in SP10 at the moment. Let's take a look at SP9 action. Progressive Sim Racing Bravo looking to progress their way through a Hornet's Nest, the largest class in the field today, and already looking for a potential dive. Not a chance there.
Trying to work their way in through the carousel, could not find the opening that they needed here as we ride on board, but still have the great opportunity to carry some momentum and carry some speed as they climb up to the top of the hill. But Dominic Grove is definitely really putting on a good pace here towards the middle section of the field. Looking at his times, he is a little bit faster than Sean Ryan in that Frozen Speed FSR Mercedes, but still has to be careful as he backs off in order to make these corners fit perfectly for him to negotiate. If he goes onto the grass just a tick right there, got to be careful with that. Easily could lose car.
Indeed, especially with some of the recent updates tailored to the platform. One of the major consensuses with the change to the grass, it's even more icier.
It certainly is. And also another thing to keep in mind as well is the tires have completely changed. A big overhaul to where the tires are going to be more wore down over the course of a run. So this is going to be really exciting to see how the strategy will play out for these competitors as we get further and further into this run.
That's going to be the interesting thing, especially for these SB9s, because it's not just about the discussion of some of the more understeers some drivers have reported. It's been more so or noticed in some other races during the week, the consistency of some of the best times. You might have a best time, then the next lap be a second off.
It certainly is the case here, and you have to be so careful with that as the run progresses. So it's right now during this early morning stages, or actually late afternoon stages, you have to be careful with your tire wear in order to try and make it through the circuit without having any significant problems. Because once you start to overcook these tires now, you're not going to be able to have anything towards the end of the run. Those tires are going to be begging for a fresh set of tires, and you are going to have to respect it as they make their way down the long Dalton to Hoa.
See if anyone elects to just fuel save this time or try to make a pass. Sean Ryan wants to make one. That's Daniel Pizzo. He's trying to get the run on. Both of them closing out the PCF. See right there, though, Sean Ryan, when he stepped out, lost the draft. Progressive Sim Racing takes the draft off all of them. 2 by 2. Dominic Robe nearly goes off the racetrack as Pizzo comes up ahead out of all of them.
Beautiful drive right there as they make their run out through Tiergarten, back on the front stretch here, and continues another lap. Only 4 laps up on the board for your drivers as they come around the circuit, as we're already almost an hour into the event.
How fast has this event gone indeed, as Progressive Sim Racing Bravo Sends it up the right side, heading off to the arena section. Not the preferred line for the switchback, but PCF in the midst of that fight as a result. It's going to be very critical to choose your spots and choose right on where you pass today. Otherwise, you risk the potential contact, potential penalties, but also the potential of lost time as a whole.
That's going to be the critical thing for these competitors here as they work their way around the circuit, is where they need in order to find that speed, as well as also make sure that they take care of their equipment here as we watch on for the FTR or for that Mercedes working its way through the frozen speed and still having a strong run. But he also has to show a little bit of patience because a lot can happen between now and that first set of pit stops for them, which will be later on in the run.
Be interesting how the field mileage breaks down as well for these drivers today, as let's take a look on board with Aggressive Sim Racing Bravo. Keep in mind, remember, they were amongst the drivers who had issues in the opening lap, -9 already in this event as a result of that. However, last time by, they were running lap times comparable to the top 5. And what's the saying? If you make a mistake early, you can recover. If you make a mistake in the final hours, not so much.
Certainly is the case here as we watch on board or right on with this race here and keeping an eye with Dominic Grobe in that Progressive Sim Racing and making a progressive run up to the front of the top 10 as he is now running in 14th, still in contention for a good top 10 finish here. They've showed a lot of pace during practice and warm-up. Looking forward to seeing what they can do as they progress further on. That BMW really starting to show the pace here, as that's pretty much been the car of choice for most of the drivers competing here.
Gonna say the BOP might be a major factor in some of the decision making some teams make. Your thoughts on the BOP strengths and weaknesses you have noticed since the build?
Certainly is the case here as we watch on and continue with the race here as they crest over the hill. Some exciting action as they work their way over towards that beautiful sharp uphill kink right here. Very easy to lose the car if you don't know how to let that throttle breathe just a little bit. You can go flat out with some of these classes, but for these SP9 categories, you got to let it breathe just a tick in order to make that corner stick.
Especially since, keep in mind, if you go too quick in some sections, you can go and jump all 4 wheels off the ground. Several teams did do that in practice and held on. Aggressive Sim Racing, among some of their past social media photos, love to showcase when cars go flying over top of them or when they're going flying. By the way, Sean Ryans is dropping back now in this respective pack. As a result of some of that, they've been passed by NJB Performance. As a result of how some of things have shuffled, they overran the previous corners in the backdrop.
They certainly are here as we watch on with your SP10 category. The Motul Esports machine are leading the charge right now in this battle for second as they work their way on towards the Nordschleife once again and continue with this amazing fight as they continue with a great battle watching on. But that Motul Esports machine of Philip Burswell really starting to show a lot of pace. Or actually, sorry, that's Nick Desler who's leading in that. Sorry about that. The Red Lauren Motul team, I would apologize.
Remember, that car still has to serve a penalty. They have not served the drive-through penalty yet as a result of the contact for the formation lap, so may have to see them duck down the next lap or two, be able to serve the penalty. Here comes... Yes?
Another penalty been served as well for Andre De Brouwer, who currently is... I would have to look and see which number...
Car 50, the other Motul Esports car. So there goes one getting past now for second. Ryder Racing Elephant able to take advantage with a slipstream down a Dodger hole. Nick Dreisler, I don't know if he realizes he's got to serve a penalty here, is still racing him.
He certainly is. They have to be careful with this because if they keep going lap after lap, it's going to be a disqualification for these drivers. So they have to figure out, unless they're trying to plead their case with race control regarding this.
There it is.
There it is right here. They're going to come down pit road to serve the penalty. Now, what about the sister car in the SP9 category?
I was about to say, yes, Motul Esports in the 50. So 2 of their cars getting penalties. The 50 has gotten a penalty for causing a collision. They are 4th in SP9. Their team's strong starts immediately falling apart.
They certainly are not the right way you want to get yourself connected with this amazing chaos happening for the Motul team. You have to not be making these kind of mistakes. Thankfully, it's early. They can find ways to make up the time, make up the position, but the problem is they're starting off on the wrong foot in this event.
It's going to put them back by at least 30-40 seconds minimum on the drive-through. 23 seconds precisely in the lane out itself, where it's taken 51. On the bright side, the team is celebrating by being the first in the box.
Yeah, but the problem is here, are they going to come down and serve their penalty? Because usually you cannot do
They're
pit
joking.
work. Okay, good to know.
Yes, that was a joke. They are in the midst of the comment section of the broadcast today for reference, saying they're first in the box. Which technically, they're right. But it's a drive-through, so they didn't go into the box, so not yet. Let's take a look at another battle, because Adrenaline E Motorsport, remember, kept up with Wolf to start, then had a mistake on a lap, and since then, they've fallen right back to TLDR Sim Sport. Nearly 3 seconds back, Elliot Hellier, with a good shot to be able to slipstream past, was nearly 2 seconds quicker last time by.
They certainly are, and they have got to find a way to keep pace here as they continue to work their way through the circuit, watching on, and as we keep an eye on these 2 BMWs, the TLDR machine really trying to put the pressure on the back of Julian Swalensky as they head down the Dalton-Nahoa and continue on over towards Tiergarten, watching on. Does he have enough of the slipstream to make a pass? Not close enough just yet. Could he set something up through Tiergarten? The answer, no. He's closing in a little bit. Now he'll try to duck to the outside lane here, and as he tries to come over, he will try to outbrake him and complete the pass. Move Elliot Hellier up to second place.
Wolski lifting off a little bit to let the space by, so Hellier has the pace. Now, the question, is he going to be able to try and close up to Andre Wolf to eat into this gap? Here comes Adrenaline, though, maybe fighting back. They've got the pace. No, they elect to just lift and save fuel on the clutch and coast.
Certainly is the case here as they work their way down into the hairpin. Of course, the Dunlop curve. And really great driving as we do report the Motul Esports SP9 car is now on pit road to serve its penalty.
So 2 of their entries with drive-through penalties to start the day. Team's now on the back foot. That puts Motul back to 17th. Take a look at some more of the battles. It's a bunch of Mercedes mad amongst those in this group. This is still 2nd through 4th, all trained together. And this is usually the trend of the racetrack here, to see these small groupings bunched together in terms of relative pace. And these relative paces for these drivers, well, currently in this respective class, last time by 8 minutes 49 seconds.
8 minutes 49 seconds now as they continue to watch their way through. This is going to get exciting to see how this will play out for our drivers as they press over the hill and continue on with their battle for this SP10 Category 3 Mercedes, really putting the charge on as they work their way towards the midsection of the course. But a really good battle between Lars Devan in that 4th position, Alex Kraus, and Jeffrey Comel, who is having a good run inside that 2nd position. But already amazing to see Carter Hutcherson, who is 12.8 seconds ahead of this field.
About to say, last time by was 4 seconds quicker alone. That's how quick the pace is for these respective drivers. Let's take a look at a replay. A crash on their own. That's the McGuire's car. See, it took him a long time to rejoin the circuit and losing tons of time. Also taking a look at some more of the Mercedes fighting as well. The pack behind them the group we were just looking at. Good cut forward for Milan Tiken so far. 10 spots in the class so far.
Certainly is the case.
And there it
here.
goes. Tikens hits the curb and launches it into the wall.
Tough break right there for the competitors, and already our first major incident where we see them into the Armco barrier, and already a tough break for them.
So there goes all the spots they picked up, or at least for now. Project Dynamic Green having to back off on the send. Not happy with Tikens on the aggressiveness. But again, they did not qualify this respective car. They had to slice through the pack to get up through the field. And now they have to deal with damage.
And they're already going to have to deal with that meatball flag as well, so from what officials are telling us here. So they are not going to be at all a very happy camper regarding this here, as they did receive some significant damage, possibly to the suspension of that number 25 Mercedes.
Our drive-through penalty also just served. Remember the shunt that sent around Effect Esports in the SP9 class? Ford Motorsports 19 has just been served a penalty because of that contact they had on lap 2. So the issue's starting to pile up a little bit. Meanwhile, the issue's not so much piling up for Roberto Ferrari. Ferrari doing Roberto Ferrari things.
Absolutely putting on a stellar drive. He's 3.6 seconds ahead of the .exe esports of Dennis Neindhart, who is in second place. But really just biding his time, not wanting to put the pressure. I think this is going to be one of the quietest classes, because everyone's just going to mind their P's and Q's, and everyone's pretty much separated by multiple seconds over each competitor in their classes here. Only 7 cars competing in the TCR category.
Ferrari, very consistent. See him a lot in spec racing cars, being able to rotate their way around the facilities. Sabella Esports picking him up for this event. That consistency you can tell right there, especially since he is sliding the car around right at the very edge. You also keep in mind, earlier this year for respective groups, ended up running second in this class of car for top split in the World 24, fourth in class and last in this year's official Nürburgring 24, won a couple league championships in this car. Oh, and by the way, he's done very well in official racing in VLN's history.
You're talking about one of the most prolific drivers to race here on the virtual Nürburgring, and you are seeing him really showcase why he is one of the top drivers in this category and at this track. Roberto Ferrari really showcasing his style here today. Just smooth, consistent, hitting his marks, not really having under any pressure from anybody, whether it be from his class or from the leaders here. They're still quite a ways back. They'll get to them pretty soon, but not at the moment.
LT.exe esports just on their own, 2 for reference, same for Sport Sofalt Racing Green in the class. Take a look at Deutsche Payment. Deutsche Payment Esports looking to try and provide pressure. This grouping right now in the 7th through 9th positions. 1 car off the track up the road. And the Auto Sport is also just about in this grouping with Loki Brown.
That's the Indy Autosports red Porsche, who's having a little bit of issues trying to keep it onto the pavement as they crest up over the hill. The 2 Mercedes, a little bit of damage by the looks of it to the nose of the Deutsche Payment Esports BMW. So they
right. The right side.
Yeah, right side damage to the nose. There's trouble right in front of them. Chaos ensues here at the Nürburgring.
East Coast Motorsports, a lapped car who had missed the opening lap, gets hit by Indy Autosport Red and gets into the 7th through 9th position pack into the crash.
Oh my goodness, that was a very hard hit here as There you see, we do have the report that the Sports of Ford Racing Orange is on pit road now, but a very hard hit to the Armco barrier.
So, wow. What can you say? That entire pack has just exploded. Total Power Racing able to get through cleanly. As slow as fast, and, well, yeah. What can you say?
Just a little bit of impatience happening during this stage of the race, I would have to say, unfortunately.
Yeah, that car had an incident earlier on in the lap that lost them 20 seconds. That incident definitely collecting a couple of cars at minimum, including themselves. Yeah, take a look right on the racing line on the slide up.
Yeah, the Indy Autosports red machine of Loki Brown trying to get around that East Coast Motorsports Porsche, but unfortunately got a little too aggressive with trying to find that opening, made the contact, and unfortunately that's where the chaos collected several other drivers.
So a big one of sorts already forming up in the race. Let's take a look at some of the other drivers you see on screen. Currently down the front straightaway on this viewpoint, Montel Esports. Once this in line, Low Grip Racing Team, looking like they have grip. This is currently 15th and 16th. This is also about work about motorsports cycle. That's how big their advantage was in the top 5.
Keeping an eye.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm watching on here after that chaos with those drivers who were in amongst the mix and keeping an eye on that Mercedes that we're watching right now. I try to pick up the number of that Mercedes. As there we see the 981 BMW working.
That's Cabal, you're keeping in front. That's Montel Esports behind.
Watching on here, but Aston Elgmers now, who is trying to work his way up through the field. Now, with a lot of these drivers getting some of those positions back from the incident that just happened, it's now going to showcase that you have to be careful here. And remember, one of the keys to victory, patience, is going to be a very important factor for every single driver later on in this race, because we're now just about to approach the hour mark, and already we have at least one car, one lap down, and multiple others who are on the pit road trying to get some damage repair.
There are a couple fast repairs available. However, the tow time here, well, can be very massive. Yeah.
You pretty much already lose a lap if you take a tow here around this circuit.
Take a look at Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. Salmonin trying to provide some pressure here on Project Dynamic Green. Already up 5 positions. We've seen Project Dynamic Green already zipping around one of the wounded cars earlier in this run. You see that difference level right now for Salmonin to be able to try and close up on Fosberg.
Keeping an eye on Fosberg indeed as they work their way around the circuit. Solomon is really trying to just showcase a little bit of patience, realizing here there's still quite a bit of racing left to go. Just finding your time. The best thing for drivers who are trying to find a pass here at the Nürburgring is really wait for the driver ahead of you to make a mistake. It's very easy for some drivers to do that here, but the problem is make sure you don't get caught up in that mistake here. And this is a good passing opportunity as they head down this long straight, heading over towards the carousel. He's trying to find the opening, but realizes here, and he'll go send it to the outside lane or driver's left as they approach over towards there, side by side. And they got to be careful as they head over to that kink. Very high-speed corner, but also you have to give a little tap of the brake right there, as you see, in order to complete that corner.
So Salmonin jumps up another spot with that move, with the draft. They look to focus further ahead. Said move last time by 8:48.8 was one of the quicker times on the racetrack. 1:48.2 should say. Tempo's there for a lot of these teams in the early going, but keep in mind traffic management will be a major part of this race too, Till. Soon the traffic going to overlap within the next 2 to 3 laps.
It certainly is. Right now, our race leaders are already working through the TCR class. They've already lapped up to the 3rd position, who they're about to put a lap down now. Next up is going to be the .exe esports and the Sabel esports teams next to be put a lap down by your race leader, as we pick up the 2nd place of Dennis Neindhart in that .exe esports Hyundai. Really showcasing a lot of speed, and pretty much that's the entire TCR class is the Hyundai Elantra, excluding one Honda Civic, I believe, here in the field. So really great to see a class represented by one of the brand new TCR cars that's been a part of the service now, but showcased a lot of speed and a lot of great handling.
And there's Andre Wolf for reference. Way quicker to close up, had to stomp on the brakes for a moment. As a matter of fact, Neidhart braking early to let him go. Nice and cleanly, that's how you do it. Predictable.
That's all you have to be if you're one of those slower traffic cars when letting by the faster traffic. Be predictable. Take care of your equipment. Show where you're going to go. Run your line. Let the faster cars get around you.
See that faster car, TLDR Sim Sport, 2.5 seconds now behind the leader. They gained a fair bit of time because of the checkup that we refer to with Andre Wolf. Here's our Black Flag in Sim just awarded. The Sport Sofort Racing Orange, by the way. Still waiting for the clarification on the exact felony for race controls bulletins. Looking at some of the PEX buildup. Effect Esports. Very intrigued about this group because you have Silvio Almeida amongst one of their other cars here. You have Max Wegler behind the wheel of this respective car for the SP9 class. This respective camp seems to be waking some people up here today, as off the track goes Deutsche Payment.
Certainly is here as they go a little bit off the track. Surprised really no penalties have been given out yet regarding that incident that just happened. I'll take a look and double check, as we do have a penalty for the 666 of the Sport Support Racing Orange of Maltese Stumpf, who is currently serving a penalty, but he, I believe, he's back out on the track, still having to serve that penalty. But remember, he was the one who was involved with that incident.
We will see, again, the official cause of the incident. By the way, in reference to Effect Esports, one of the logos, Effect Simulations, hence some of the backing for that respective group this year's event. They've done well since getting shunted on lap 2, we'll say. And how do you shake that off as a driver?
Really, the best thing is you just have to shake it off, refocus, and then also try not to make sure you damage the car even more if you do get that big shunt somewhere during the racing, and then try to get back into a rhythm. Be aggressive when you can, but also be patient, because we know how that opening lap here around the Nürburgring can be very aggressive, where drivers are already trying to just find their spot and then get ready to make a run to settle in for that first few laps here today, as we watch them work their way down the Dottenhoer, as they're trying to keep up with Loki Brown in the Indy Autosports Red. There you see the Porsche, Mercedes, and BMW jockeying for that 5th position here. As already they're coming up here. They're going to make it 3 wide as they head through Tiergarten.
Oh, and contact!
Around!
There goes Deutsche Payment Esports up and over. Indy Autosport Red dodges. Max Volkwegler spun around, trying to get around, clipping the car he was passing, and he flips Deutsche Payment upside down.
And that's what we were talking about during this race. Patience. Yes, we saw them go 3 wide. Yes, they felt like they had a run, but also you saw the cause and effect of being that aggressive here on a straightaway such as that, as end over end goes the Deutsche Payment machine, and also a tough break for Effect Esports, who was in such a good run trying to make a recovery after having a terrible shunt on the opening lap.
Well, obviously mandatory repairs for the 87. 3 wide coming up the Tiergarten can be disastrous. You've seen why. Now we're taking a look at 12 and SP9 currently. What a drive back for Cabot Motorsport to be able to get there. Look at this replay again. Deutsche Payment flipped upside down, and Indy Autosport just able to drive slowly by.
Yeah, it started with a little bit of contact with the Indy Autosports machine, as well as that, of course, that affects esports Mercedes. The Mercedes tried to save it, but unfortunately could not. And unfortunately for Deutsche Payment, I'm hoping the driver was in that car did not be sitting in a motion rig. Or was not, I should say.
Yeah, you see the dodge there for the Indy Autosport red car. Biggest incident of the day in terms of theatrics. And we continue to roll forward. By the way, another black flag given to Motel Esports' second entry, the 51 car. They've hit another car.
And a penalty given as well to the 909 machine of FX Esports, as well as he will have to come down pit road because of the incident.
That was pretty quick, we'll say, for the 909.
Very quick.
There was also a black flag just awarded to the 25 car. We've seen their troubles moments ago. So black flags are flying. The thing is, for the 51, it's a 2-minute stop and hold. So a very strong penalty coming up for the 51. Cabot Motorsport trying to work its way through some of the traffic here. There is the DOT.exe machine right in the hornet's nest. There goes Frozen Speed trying to get around.
For that TCR, it's just best to move over to driver's left or driver's right and just hold on for dear life and let these faster cars go by. And this is going to cause a little bit of a stack up here for your competitors as they finally get around that TCR machine and continue on their way. But such close racing for our competitors.
Indeed, and by the way, we talked about the tow time. If you take a faster pair, the confirmation coming in for some of those penalties reported, you take a faster pair, it's a 5-minute penalty.
That's pretty much a full... Oh my goodness.
Here comes more traffic for Sean Ryan. There goes Niels Buckhedge with Egnermeers having to check up hard. Roberto Ferrari trying to duck for cover.
Roberto, indeed. I'm pretty much hoping he can survive all the chaos that's around him as he tries to go a little bit over to driver's left now, as they'll pass on around him as quickly as possible. Even though you're in the faster categories, the one thing you do not want to do is make contact with a class leader or class podium driver in these events, because that is something that's very upsetting for the drivers here, especially now as we're already 1 hour into the event.
Just past the hour mark in this race, currently on lap 6. Andre Wolf currently leading overall over Elliot Hellier. Those just tuning in the SP9 class. 6 seconds now their separation as a result of some traffic, but more traffic coming up soon. Plenty of battles starting to pick up around the racetrack as a result of said traffic. Several drivers coming back from early ranks penalties, such as Cabot Motorsport in the class. Here's the thing, though, with some of that traffic, NGP Performance is being used as a bridge to get back up to PCF Racing and Frozen Speed FSR. These three are losing ground to the two in front.
They certainly are here, and they have to be so careful with that as they progress on. Watching on these drivers, the progressive driver of Dominic Grove currently trying to just hold on to his machine and try to see what he can do, keeping up with pace of the Indy Autosports red of Loki Brown. There you see Dominic going around to the outside, tries to complete the pass. Beautiful job right there as he makes his way over towards the carousel.
So Loki Brown giving some space. The Autosport Red with some backing from Lunatic Racing, also backing from Moonlight Speed. Here's a look at PCF Racing Neon looking to make things intriguing for 10th. Talked about those cars trying to make a breakaway while Sean Ryan wants the breakaway. Everyone else has caught him.
Watch out for the chaos here as they ride on board now with Alexander Pichel in that PFC Neon. Now on board with the NGB Performance Porsche. as he is working his way through the carousel. Neil's trying to hold on, keeping up with the pace of the Mercedes just up the road of him, as we are trying to watch on as Cabot Motorsports of Ashton is trying to hold on. Beautiful drive for these competitors. A very feisty battle amongst these drivers in from about 7th on back.
See how things are boxed in right now with the 50 machine on board with the esports machine. See, they're trying to play it a little safe here, it seems, for the time being. Not in a passing section for the next few corners until they get up to Donninger Ho.
Yeah, right now it's all about just getting into a rhythm, hitting your marks, hitting the apex, and just getting to the Donninger Ho in order to have a shot of making a pass before you get into Tiergarten as they work their way.
They have a problem up in front, probably. The Motel Esports second entry has crashed. And it's up the road from this battle.
Oh, he's almost blocking the track.
Keep an eye on that up the road. It's just up from where these drivers will be. We'll see if they get by cleanly and efficiently in this respective fight. There's the car just out of the way, my goodness.
Close call indeed for them as they work their way. Now Nick Diesler will now try to come on and continue on his way, but significant damage to that number 51 Mercedes. Just got into the barrier or the curbing a little too much into the grass, lost control of the race car as I went back to take a look to see what happened to him. But a tough break indeed for Nick Diesler, who is having issues out on the circuit. As there you see the replay, hard contact in the Armco barrier.
And the reason why we were concerned for the pack we were keeping an eye on is watch the difficulty to get this car turned around. Again, this car is significantly damaged, stopped in the middle of the racetrack, just gets out of the way of one pack, nearly backs up into the middle of said pack, and then in the next opening, watch as he goes to the other side here.
Basically an episode of Mr. Bean right here.
Yeah, this is why you were saying in the middle of the racetrack, he tries to flick spin it, it doesn't spin, and then he balls it again.
Has to wait for a couple of more cars to come by. Just look how close. If you're not paying attention here around this circuit, that's what happened as everyone's coming down pit road in the GT SP9 category.
So 7 laps seems to be the mark for the fuel. Pit window is open for the first time today. All but 4 cars so far in the class for SP9 into the lane. Some of them up on the jack, some of them missing their pit stalls.
Everyone coming down pit road. The only ones who decided to stay out on the racetrack is your race leader of Andre Wolf, Elliot Hellier, and of course Julian Swileski. Sean Ryan also staying out on the track, including as now from 5th on back is coming down pit road as possible driver changes might be coming into play for some of them.
There's the Motel Esports machine. Based on the rules as well, drivers have to inform race control if they use the faster pair in turn have that hold that they'll have to take. Look at Brown. Off and away he goes. 38-39 seconds for a majority of these drivers as they complete their service. Loki Brown losing 2 spots in the lane.
Tough break for Loki Brown. He's been involved in a couple of close calls, I have to say, in this first hour of racing after getting involved with a couple of incidents here. So he will continue on, but he's got to be careful with that. He can only have so many good luck charms left on him in his stint.
Just currently holding on just barely to the edge of the Turtle Powers car. Let's take a look at more cars. Some orange cars, shall we? About Shore Racing by Tam Livery. Currently up to 6th now in the respective class. Very quiet so far this race today for the 992 as they're holding on to race tech.
Very quiet run indeed for these drivers in 6 on back as we pick up the Scalia Racing by Tam Livery. Race Tech Performance also right there in amongst the mix as they have to negotiate through some TCR traffic up ahead.
Both these cars already have picked up some damage. There's the touring car they zip by Iconic Motorsports. Will this open up the door for Hanno Bussi? No. Bussi does not take the chance, instead about dead even on the straightaway.
Certainly is the case here as they keep it up nose to tail as they climb over the hill and continue on their way with this amazing battle. There you see one of the TCR cars right there behind them, as we should be seeing more pit stop action here for some of our competitors next time by, as the Cup cars will stay out on the track for a little bit longer. They could probably make it another lap before considering any chance of a pit stop.
Just staying grouped together and working together in these respective camps right now. The 992 working with just a second driver. There is a minimum of 3 drivers in session. We'll see which drivers join through the action as the day goes on. By the way, the 909 has been awarded a second black flag in sim after the incidents we've seen earlier involving their car.
I believe there might have been some more penalties given out as well from for some other teams as well. Looking over, besides the Effect Esports 909, the Deutsche Payment Esports has yet to serve their penalty, along with the Motul Esports number 2 machine, the 51, and the PAG DPDE machine number 25, waiting to be serving their penalties.
Important to note that some of those are from the damage repair that they're doing with the fast repair, where there is a hold in that situation. Taking a look at the McGuire's car, we've seen issues with it earlier. They've been able to draft and find their way to another pack.
Yeah, they currently have the Gumption Racing of Tom Rushforth, the Screeching Moose Motorsports machine of Philip Forrester right there in amongst them. So it's a good little 2 to 3 car pack that they have to deal with during the stage of the race, but just trying to mind their P's and Q's here, not wanting to force any issues as they now try to find their way around the Screeching Moose Motorsports of Philip Forrester and the Gumption Racing of Tom Rushforth.
Sitter clips a little bit of the grass here in the midst of that move around Gumption Racing. Now look to set sail to get up to Screeching Moose Motorsports. You gotta love some of the names, right? When you have Canadians grouped together, sometimes they like to have fun. Let's take a look at some drivers not having fun. That's the 92 getting spun around by TLDR. Yeah, tough break for them. They've had a couple of issues and unfortunately losing it right there in the carousel. Tough break for them here in this stage. So an incident involving those drivers hold things up as here comes McGuire's. Forrester behind the wheel of the Screeching Moose machine. Try and hold on for the time being. Taylor Parsons also part of the group. They have Chris Schreider to close out the respective rotation today. Myers sponsors for Team FR13DA Sport for reference today. Once one of the many localized groups who love to race here at the Nürburgring and race in some of the Nürburgring themed and inspired circuit series on the platform. To Gumption Racing, though, it's worth mentioning their car crumpled on the front, crumpled on the back, crumpled on the side, still able to maintain at least with these cars in front of the Porsches. Back to pack approaching passing zones. Let's take a look at another pack involving Effect Esports, the 910 car. No moves there. By the way, The last pack we looked at, McGuire's spun around. Team FR13DA Sport Car. So they looked at the second and looked away. Effect sees a pit stop behind them, so it seems the window is now opening for SP10. The rest of the SP9s are coming in too. So off and away goes the pit stop time to take time on the jacks in some of these cases. During the window, expecting some more of those drivers to follow suit in the next moment. There's Elliot Hellier amongst those in the lead group coming on in. Wolf currently with about a 6-second advantage entering the pit stop situation. See where he is as they're already coming down from the jacks. The rest of it is fuel. 38, 39 seconds, the average stop time for the rest of the pack so far. 39 seconds for Andre Wolf. And Hellier takes some extra time, more than 40 seconds for this service.
Tough break right there with the penalty given out here during the stage of the race, especially with Hellier being one of the front runners in contention for this race win.
Gumption has elected to now take a fast repair, which means they will have to serve some time in the box for that. Hotel Esports on the recovery drive. Getting boxed in. There's Effect Esports, who has a black flag in sim. PCF Racing Neon in front of them as well.
Ooh, a little bit of dicey, some dancing going on as they work through Tiergarten and now rejoin on the front straightaway. Will we see that 909 machine come down pit road? Yes, they will come serve their penalty. Now the big question is how long do they have to wait, which is a 5-minute penalty, which will seem like an eternity pretty much for these drivers.
If they use the fast repair. If they use the fast repair, they have to stay in the box for 5 minutes.
Tough break right there.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that's a tough break right there to have to serve a penalty for 5 minutes. Yes, even though they're still in the race, but that's going to put them close to, if not right at a lap down by the time they rejoin the circuit.
Remember the argument in that situation. You consider things simply. If you use the fast repair, it's an equalizer, right? You're basically incentivizing if you damage the car, you can fix the car at any time if there was no stop and hold.
That's why some of these drivers will try not to use the fast repair unless it's absolutely necessary for their car. Now, someone like Deutsche Payment, they needed to use the fast repair because of how they were end over end flipping their car. But for someone like the 909 machine, they could have possibly maybe fixed the car and it might have took them longer.
Secure Esports able to hold on for now in the midst of this fighting back and forth. It's an interesting new look, I will say, for the 10 machine, their respective team. Very used to those black circle cars that had the Z in the middle, compared to today's look. There goes pit stops behind them.
Certainly is the case here as we watch on. Continue to watch this battle as they continue to work their way through around the circuit. And now the Motul Esports machine will come down pit road. That is, I believe, the number 2 machine in the category. Misses his pit box. Has to now work his way through. That's the Race Tech Performance as we see of course, the SP7 category making their way for their first pit stops of the race.
So Race Tech in, you see them and heard them shuffling through the gears in the midst of their box as well. They are also getting some manual damage repair done, it seems, on the pit stop sequence. As we take a look again, how things are faring out for Mad Sim Sport, now second in class. Here's the twist. They've lost 23 seconds to Carter Hutcherson. Tough
break there as Carter Hutcherson is definitely a man on the mission here today. 23 seconds, like you pointed out. They are just absolutely in cruise control as the Mad Sim Sports is in a little bit of a hornet's nest, battling for that second step of the podium with Effects Esports and the Racing Elephants right there behind them.
So Carter Hutchinson, a motorcycle racer, dominating the field. Alex Kraus having more pressure. The Elephants, there was some air in between them before that sound effect. Jeffrey Comel having a lift off there to keep it clean. And you can tell these cars want to go, and they seem to be so evenly matched. The thing is, they can't break away with the draft effect.
They really can, and it's so difficult to break the draft here at the Nürburgring because of how strong the draft is. You have to be within about 1.2 seconds really to start to feel that effect. 0.9 of a second, you're pretty much going to be right on top of your competitor very quickly. So you have to try to break it one way or another, and it's hard to do so, especially when you have to be careful about hitting your marks, as well as also making sure you don't get run over by the car in front of him who's trying to hit his marks.
And we have a penalty that will change the running order for SP9. Remember the contact seen with traffic, Elliot Hellier. He's just been awarded for that contact. They'll have to serve a 30-second stop and hold for ramming and pushing. Second overall in the race, Taylor, having to serve a penalty.
Not what they needed to have happen during this stage of the race here, and very tough break indeed for that team as well, because they were a strong competitor here of Elliot Hellier, as now they will have to serve their penalty here next time by probably. But that was one of the teams who had a shot to go head-to-head with the Torque Sim Group.
They had fallen back to 11 seconds back. Remember, about 23 seconds would put them all the way back to where Loki Brown may be, at least. So they pay the price for traffic management, right? You have to keep it clean when you're passing the slower cars.
You certainly do have to keep it clean. You cannot have issues whatsoever out there on the circuit with contact, because you will receive that penalty here around this way, and very quickly. Race officials very hard and quick on the spot to award penalties to those who are having to make an unnecessary contact out there on the circuit.
Taking a look at some of the other battles. This pack has stayed relatively close, I will say. The wreck hedge has been a little bit slippy slidey at times throughout this run in the 447. And when you're in these groupings like this, what's kind of your mentality, knowing you've got 22 hours to go? At the same time, you have, in terms of your relative pace, near identical times. What's kind of that thought when you're in a battle pack like this?
When you're in a battle pack, really it's just about a good opportunity to learn how the drivers in front of you are driving, because right now these are probably going to be the drivers you will be racing up against for the most part during the race, depending on how you play out your stints during these races, if you may consider. Now, as they work their way through the circuit, as we see our GT4 leaders now on pit road now, as Gilles Hubben will get behind the wheel of that number 85. One thing to consider is to learn the do's and don'ts as far as how they drive on the circuit. If they make if they're slower in one section, maybe consider trying to get a little faster in that section in order to make a pass. Or if they're faster in one section, find ways of seeing how they are faster than you in order to try and set up passes in order to give you a chance for your co-drivers to be able to learn something or get out on the circuit ahead of your competitors during that stint.
And here's the interesting too, it looks like for a lot of these teams, they are electing to take driver swaps. So for some of these drivers, they're going to be different ones than we just seen in the previous battle packs. So they're going to be kept up by their second drivers in a couple of these cases here.
They certainly are indeed here, and this is going to be really critical to see how this will play out for some of our competitors. As we have a new cast of characters joining, we can report Elliot Hellier is on pit road serving his penalty right now as well. as we watch and wait and see when these GT4 cars will come out on the track. As we see such a big grid, we have a morph between a BMW and a Mercedes.
What, you don't like car sandwiches?
I do like car sandwiches, but I don't know how I feel about that car sandwich.
Okay. It can be very crunch-worthy, some of these sandwiches. In all seriousness, let's go to race cars on that track that are not sandwiches. And Andre Wolf is doing Andre Wolf things. He leads now by 21 seconds. This team has done really well for itself as of late, I will say. We've seen in recent competitions, they tend to run away from the field.
They certainly do, and they've been showcasing that heat speed quite a bit during this stage of the race. Really impressive drive by Andrew Wolf, and how clean he negotiates through the lap traffic, through the circuit. Just absolutely a beautiful job by this driver.
Same driver who competed in recent league events for this respective group where they won a class victory in that one. Not a surprise to see Wolf have this speed. He's working with Hans Runnerman along with David Korpik and Eric Troch for this race today. This team may be very difficult to beat, to say the very least, with the pace they're showing this year, entering 2023.
They certainly are going to be very tough to beat as 2023 goes on. I mean, a lot of things we've talked about of exciting racing action here, Justin, me and you both have over the past few months regarding what 23 has to offer. And we already got a glimpse of that here, especially with the GT3 category alone, with the new tire update like we talked about earlier, how it will change the game. And talking to some drivers who are in amongst the GT3 ranks, saying it's already a big game changer with how these cars handle as a run further progresses, and we'll start to see that come to play for even more so as the race here progresses on.
Look at this hornet's nest. Coming down some of the hillsides, that is the low grip racing team amongst these drivers trying to find their way through the nest. Effect Esports is 910. Car is spinning in front of them. That's Lars Devon up into the wall. That is fourth in their class.
Not what you want to have happen here as he tries to now be careful where you try to back your car up. You gotta look at your relatives. You gotta listen to your crew members as well as they try to help you maybe where other cars are out on the circuit. Now Lars Devon can continue on his way.
Just hit a curb, it looked like, Taylor. Pit stops going on for some of the other classmates, but not what you want to see from fourth best in the class.
No, it's certainly not what you want to see at all for your fourth best in class right now. And it's going to be a tough break for him during this stage of the race, as he has already completed his pit stop not long ago.
See those cup cars off and away. You're a fair bit back. Right now, that's DOT.exe Esports Green coming off the lane. See how this lead cycles? Silvio Almeida has already passed by them for the class lead because they pit the last time by. And Taylor, you recognize the name. Very recognizable one in up through the ranks. Very strong Canadian. Competed in the Red Bull Ring Masters last year. Also coaches drivers through one of the setup shops associated with the Major Series. Silvio Almeida, a very quick driver, to say the least, in this car.
He certainly is, and definitely a future star to watch in the world of esports, if he's not already one of the top Porsche drivers in the SP7 category as well. One to keep an eye on as he'll work his way out through the GP section before joining on to the Nordschleife momentarily, but really just a stellar drive by both of our all of our class leaders, I have to say.
Our fast repair just taken by the Motel Esports' third entry. I will say for Motel, it's not been their day, Taylor, because all three of their cars have had to spend some time either driving through or stopping in their lane today, compared to some of the others who have had just the one stop.
Yeah, one of the things you want to do if you want to try to win is spend the least amount of time on pit road. That is what wins you endurance races. Staying out of pit road for the least amount of time here at this circuit, because the more time you spend on pit road, the more time you're not moving, and you're battling, your driver who you're battling for the race win is still out there moving. So you have to manage that and be careful. So penalties, damages, you can't be doing stuff like that, especially this early on.
Hellier, by the way, after the drive-through came out way further back than originally predicted, 13th. Wanting 12th. And there goes Andre DeBreuler, who lets him on by. Hellier nearly overruns the corner, though, but good save.
Beautiful save right there by Hellier as he tries to hold on. He's got a little bit of work to do, but Elliot Hellier now trying to make sure he can work his way back into the top 10 after losing such valuable positions.
Yeah, you talked about the loss of track position, how much time it can take to retake some of the time, some of the mindsets of avoiding the penalties. Going to be critical for them to not make mistakes again because of what just happened with the circumstances before, remember. They're going to have to deal with damage too as a result of the contact they had.
They certainly are, and that's where you've got to be so careful of where you try to be careful with that contact, with that damage here, because any more like that, and time will progress where that car will not start working even more properly, as we have some more penalties getting served. Philip Burswell getting a penalty.
That's mentioned with the fast repair we just talked about with the 52 car, by the way.
Motil Esports definitely not having the night that they are having here, as they will have to serve that penalty for the fast repair. As we currently have, looks like 31 cars on the lead lap still after just about an hour and a half of competition.
Well, to say, with some of the speeds, some of the classes are only separated by 12 seconds on total pace. It might take a while for the Cup 2 class to get lapped at the rate they're going.
Yeah, looking at the time.
Speaking of battles, oh boy, off into the grass.
That was your SP10 race leader.
Yeah, TLDR Simsport drives by. Motel Esports narrowly into the back end, and feels Hubin not having a fun time now.
Yeah, last I recall, Mercedes never had a rally program here in any form of competition over the years, so that's definitely a show that they're not ready to start now.
Yeah, lots of traffic in this train. I mean, Mercedes AMG in the past, in the 60s, technically had the Legend 7.
True, that is true, but I don't think they would like to continue their rally program with a SP10 color, I would have to say.
PCF Racing Neon car, though, able to hold on for now. Here comes STKE Racing Team. TLDR Simsport wants to get around the Porsche behind them as well. 2x2 coming out of Tiergarten. Give and takes being given, the takes being taken. PCF Racing takes, and GP Performance is given.
Already trying to work their way around the circuit here as they continue on to the front stretch. As there you see a train of GT or SP9 cars, I would say, as they work their way through. This is the battle for that P9 position. Mario Henke trying to hold on as they enter into the braking zone of the hairpin of the Dunlop curve, and before continuing on, they will work their way through a beautiful drive right now by PCF Racing as they work their way through, trying to hold off the hard charging, as here comes Elliot Hellier now right there at the tail end of this group.
Hellier still can't find a way fully around all this. That's the tough thing. You know, we got around with the draft and now is starting to push back in terms of some of the aero. How big are the aerodynamics in a pack such as this, in your opinion, and why?
Oh, I would have to say it's a very tight. You can see it right here of how much of a run you can get on your competitors. We'll really start to see it more when they get on some of the straightaways here, as we watch the 9 machine of Mario starting to pull away from this other group of 3. But as they head down this straight, you can start to see a little bit of that toe action come into play for the 10th place car of Danielle Pizzio as we ride on board with Elliot Hellier. as he is all over the back bumper of the NGB Performance Porsche as they head down over to the chicane. You see that draft already pulling him closer and closer to the tail end. He'll try to make a pass now into the chicane here. You got to be careful with setting up a pass through here. You can carry a lot of speed, but you got to worry about the contact as you work their way up through there and onto the Nordschleife. He has the inside lane advantage, will complete the pass. Beautiful drive right there by Hillier to complete that pass.
Able to make it stick, no contact through the S section. Just a huge part to be able to make that move work, absolutely. Already approaching 2 hours in quickly. That's how the pace has been so far. This respective race already on the 10th lap. And already with what you've seen here, what are kind of some of those mindsets you've picked up or different methods that you feel might need a tweaking?
Well, I think for some drivers, it's a little bit of patience. We've been seeing that already with some drivers being a little aggressive, thinking they can maybe make a pass here or there, and unfortunately either they make contact to receive a penalty, or they make a mistake while trying to make the pass, causing them to come down pit road to fix the damage or get a new car, which will then in turn get them a penalty for getting utilizing that pass repair. So now is the time where we have to settle in for patience and taking care of their equipment. Currently, right now, we're approaching late afternoon, early evening hours here for our drivers. So this is going to get interesting where we're starting to get into some cooler temperatures and also starting to see where that sun can come into effect at certain points of the race. Yes, you have all the trees to protect your eyes for the most part around here, but you still have to be careful because there is a couple of blind spots where you may not be able to see what's going on.
Such as?
Well, let's see if we can find, especially I would have to say down the dot in your hoer as we take a look here. Yes, these cars are now going in the opposite direction of the sun right now, but you have to be careful with some of the blind corners that are coming up ahead, and with how the sun can reflect in certain areas, it can be difficult to see as you watch and ride on board with Elliot Hellier working his way through the corner.
There's the cell phone tower. Some of the sunshine still being protected from the treetops, absolutely. It's such a pristine racetrack, though, when it comes to its history, when it comes to its size, when it comes to the events that have taken place here at this racetrack. Such a historic racetrack when it comes to the Green Hell.
Certainly is. I mean, you think of all the years of sports car and endurance racing that has been happening here around this circuit. Formula One back in the 60s and 70s of racing here at the Nordschleife, and it's just absolutely phenomenal to see drivers from all walks of life wanting to come out here and drive and compete at this event, whether it be the real or virtual 24 hours of Nürburgring that so many people come together to put on such amazing events here. It's amazing. Finishing the race alone is a victory in itself because you were able to beat the most challenging motor circuit in all of racing. And if you're able to do that, that in my book is definitely a win.
And don't forget, you can actually take your own car onto this racetrack technically. Any illegal car, motorcycle, tour bus, motorhome, cars with trailers are able to access the circuit essentially every day of the week, unless there's a race, of course. You need to be able to sign waivers if you rent out a car, obviously. You don't want to be the one who wrecks your car on the Nordschleife.
If you do, you end up in a nice highlight video that you see so many videos on YouTube, I would have to say.
And paying $30,000 for insurance.
Pretty much. So, because I would hate to go tell my insurance provider, so how'd you wreck your car? Oh, I decided to take my car out onto a racetrack.
And then ended up damaging the race car, absolutely. It does happen.
It does.
There is a technical name, apparently, for the Bongard Club. Because that's the name of a company who runs the flatbed trucks around the circuit.
A club you probably don't want to be a part of. But overall, racing here, to drive around this circuit would be absolutely phenomenal to do so. Whether at full speed ahead or just going for a nice little cruise around the circuit would be absolutely amazing to drive here because it's such a beautiful, high-speed, fast, technical circuit that can challenge you. And Of course, we see every major car manufacturer taking their cars, road or race car, out on this circuit to see how fast they go. To get a fastest lap in your respective class at this circuit is probably an achievement most manufacturers try to go out there and do. You see cars such as Porsche, Ford, Mercedes, McLaren, all of the major manufacturers coming out here to test their cars and see how fast they can make it around the Nürburgring.
Such a speed power force, absolutely, but also a track that just challenges your ability to be able to hit the high-speed sections, handle multiple elevation changes, handle your car not being on the ground. You have to be able to handle it all, right?
Yeah, because there will be a couple of times that your car will get a little bit airborne in the circuit. As we ride on board with Chris Schreider in the Screeching Moose Motorsports. Wondering, do they have moose over in Germany? I know, of course, Canada and the northern parts of North America, but I'm curious about Germany.
Well, that's a good question.
Because if there are there any mooses screeching right now in the green hell?
Wait, do moose screech?
I don't think they do. They more so bellow.
What's the plural for moose? I think I have you stumped.
Moose. From the, of course, the Grammarly page, it is moose.
By the way, in terms of in Europe, it's more so Norway, Sweden, Finland, Latvia, Estonia, Poland as well. A few other countries. Not so much today in Germany, believe? Let's take a look at 11th, by the way. Daniel Pizzo has lost the spot to Elliot Hellier. Lots of smoke kicked up, though, in that respective section. Curious on the reason. No cars had spun around, it seems, or lost too much time in the section. May have been just a slide. Either way, Pizzo losing ground to the TLDR machine, who is back in the top 10 already, and screeching away like a moose. That wasn't funny.
That was not. It was a good. I'll give you an A for effort. I'll give you A for effort.
Coming up towards the top of the hour in the next 17 minutes, by the way, Christopher Cook has also just brought in their car. It's running 16th in class. And this is going to be around that point where you start to reach the calm of the rhythm. Where you have these battles, yes, Taylor, but it's so important for your strategy to potentially even just follow behind, as we're seeing right now with the motel machine. Just save fuel, try and extend the lap. Maybe cut something out later on. Because when you think about it, try stretching that out 8 times. That could be critical later.
It certainly can be critical later here in this event as they work their way through, because you have to time the right way to come down pit road. You don't want to try to short pit pretty much during this early stages of the race. In fact, this is the time where you want to try to extend your pit stop as long as possible to try to see about saving fuel and coming down to take less fuel towards the end of the race as we ride on board with the Mad Sim Sport Mercedes in the SP10 class.
Car very quietly has been running really well today. They lost time in the midst of the pit window, though. It's the critical part. Nicholas Chabang behind the wheel now, trying to bang back that time they lost earlier with the 58-second pit stop. Some of their classmates went as quick as 49 seconds.
Nicholas Chabang really having a good run inside this position in the SP10 category. He's in the 6th spot right now, trying to break into the top 5. He's all over Aneti Salomon, who is trying to hold on to that 5th spot for the Torque Freak Racing Mercedes. as they approach over towards the Nordschleife section of the circuit. Torque Freak, another strong team who's been making some good headway in 2022, heading into the 2023 calendar year, as they've had a couple of good runs in both the IVRA and other special events on the iRacing surface.
And it's either one word, they will tell you if you say it wrong. But you're right about Torque Freak Racing in their pace, because they've done well for themselves, a fairly established team on the platform for a fairly long amount of time. On iRacing, always run in various endurance events. In fact, some of their drivers run in the endurance series on top of today's action. They keep busy, let's put it that way. Oh, and by the way, they just so happen to be the Nürburgring Endurance Series champions for this car that they're running. So we take a look at some of the other cars. This is the Cup cars, the Cup 2 / SP7 cars. Marius Brewer currently behind the wheel of that machine, looking to eat back into the gap. They've kept close much of this race, I will say. 1-2 in class. DOT.exe does not want to let him go, Taylor.
Certainly is the case here as they work their way through with this Porsche. The 167 machine just absolutely trying to keep pace with the FX Racing esports machine, as Zulio is really having a good drive right here, but we're seeing Marias putting on a good effort as well. Last time by, Marias was 2 seconds faster than your race leader, so he is starting to turn up the afterburners.
Curious what could cause such difference in terms of that. They've been running fairly on their own throughout the past lap and a half or so. Look at the checkups though. TLDR wants a send. They couldn't get around though. Some bigger blocks being sent there in the midst of that fight. PCF Racing Neon. Mario Henke does not want to let him go.
He certainly does not, but Hellier's going to find a way to do that and try to get in a little further inside the top 10, because he is all over the back bumper of Henke to try to get around him.
Last time by, Hellier with passes was nearly identical in the pace compared to PCF Racing's pace. See the rotation speed alone, just that difference, trying to push hard, a little too strong.
Pushing very hard during this stage of the race as they work their way around the circuit. Has the opening, not quite yet, but is just trying to poke and prod, find that weakness that the PFC Racing Neon might have for him to make a move as they go over the curbing a little too much right there. That could open the door for Elliott to try to get around.
See, though, they already know if they get side by side, it's a bit risky in this section, this part of the racetrack. About a lane and 3/4 wide. You don't want to be that driver who says, you know what, let's make it too wide in that length of a distance or width of a pavement. No, although Hellier's thinking of it.
He is thinking of it. He's trying to find that opening. He wants to take it. He might have to wait, though, to the dot in your hoer in order to make a pass for position.
Coming up right after the mini carousel. Final corners of this section of the racetrack up to the Dodger Hoa. Been very good on corner exits, going a little bit too early, if anything, on the throttle. This time a little bit better, but lost a bit of ground on the final corners, working through Lance Garten as well as the final corners of that chicane. Dodger Hoa, though, the draft comes up, though. 166 to their 164 miles per hour. There's the move. A little close to the bumper. No other draft to pull off for the 5, so Hellier able to maintain the speed at the max rev.
Great drive right here, as we see, though, that Mario Henke is going to still go side by side, but as they enter into Tiergarten, you will see Hellier complete the pass and move on up to 9th position. Now has to find a way to pick up an additional 6 seconds to go and challenge for the 8th position.
It'll take some time to get up to Cabot Motorsports. Last time by ran at 8:15 with the traffic, 8 minutes 15 seconds. I'm going to become a major focal point for these respective drivers, keep in mind. Of note, Sean Ryan and Loki Brown are close in 6th position overall. Mattel Esports reeled in by low grip amongst the air battles. Also Effect Esports starting to pull away with the effect of Silvio doing Silvio things from DOT.exe. Keep in mind, though, that some of these drivers might have to think pit stop, pit stop, pit stop soon. We're within 2 laps away from pit stop time for SP9 class already.
Yeah, we certainly are. These SP9 cars can go about an hour on a stint of fuel, or about 8 to 9 laps here. But like you pointed out, they should be coming down here in the next 2 to 3 laps. Some of them maybe even 4 laps for some of our competitors. So this is going to be even a little interesting of how this plays out for the pit stop strategies. We see some drivers try to stretch it a little further. Some drivers maybe come in a little earlier. We're going to find out as they get closer to the end of this second round of pit stops.
How difficult can it be to save fuel around a track like this?
Honestly, I don't think it would be that difficult. There is certain points where you can let that throttle breathe and let the throttle, in fact, not even be on the throttle. Just let the car coast through the corner.
Oh, trouble, 116. There's the smoke, there's the spinner, there's Loki Brown. Interesting enough, their team called that there was a 360 coming up. Well, they tried it. They followed the tip from it.
Indy Autosport now going to try to see what they can do as they drop back to P10. As they have to continue on their way. Pretty much one of the only couple of Porsches racing in this class in the SP9 category. As looking through the field, it's mostly BMWs and a couple of about a half a dozen Mercedes. There's a second Porsche out there on the track as the NGB Performance Porsche. As there you see Indy Autosport's having a little bit of fun right there.
Thought they were about to do a backflip.
Well, you could try to do so. I don't know if you could do it in these cars, but I know you can do it in some cars here around this circuit.
Yeah, you can definitely tell it takes a lot of control and lining to be able to make sure you don't do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to keep your car on the ground.
Keep it on the gray stuff, not the green stuff. They are losing touch to PCF Racing. Neon, though, after those theatrics. This back starting to break up a little bit as a result here. With those slides. Again, in the Autosport, no more so in terms of their name, so to speak, for the oval side. But they like to branch out. I will say that. Speaking of trying to branch forward, Skill Esports branching back there. As a result, with the orange machine, Shoal Racing making a move. Take a look, a massive slide for the 47 Adrenaline E Motorsport. A giga save, as their team would say.
Got to be one of the best saves of the race so far here as we ride on board. Oh yeah, let's just drift right through here in the Nürburgring with a SP9 car.
Yeah, that is a difficult save. Absolutely difficult because you put one wrong motion, you're looping around.
Very quickly you are looping around the circuit here, so you have to be so careful with how you set up that run. And as we saw, it was not easy for Julian Soleski to hold on to that Adrenaline E Motorsports SP9 BMW.
Oh, and something's happened to Mad Sim Sport. They have just told Race Control they have to take a fast repair. 37th overall. Remember, they lost time in the pit stops. They've lost a hood too. They plan to take the fast repair on the 5-minute stop and hold now.
A break for the Mad Sim Sport driver. They were having a couple of issues during this stage of the run, but for Nicholas Shebang, they're going to need a little bit more work done.
May have been out of Schumacher S this lap. So they'll have to come in and get that repaired. Mandatory damage repair needed for the Mad Sim Sport car. They had been as high as 2nd in the class for the pit stop window, having the longest stop time out of the top grouping. Meanwhile, time to press the panic button if you are in the auto sport. There is a pack closing. BMW closed. Here's a look what happened to Matt.
Oh, hard contact. Went for a wild ride into the Armco barrier just before the Schumacher S's. So a tough break for the Mad Sim Sports of Nicholas Shebang, as he will have to definitely utilize that fast repair.
Yep, their team already indicating that. Very urgent need to use that. Also, another collision warning for the 50. Motul Esports, they've hit another car. Speaking of cars, here is Maguire's trying to hold on. Traffic time? Traffic time. Clean traffic time? Yes. Like a shiny race car.
We love shiny race cars, and of course, I think it's safe to say none of these race cars are going to be shiny by the time this race is over after 24 hours.
Reference, Maguire's is a wash and wax. And oh boy, someone's gone and turtled. It's PCF Racing Neon. They can't go. Mario Henke is stuck. Now he's got it unbeached.
He's got to get it rolling once again and stays on the green stuff to let some of the faster cars go by, but a tough break for PCF Racing Neon. They were having such a strong run inside the top 10, but now I think it's safe to say they're going to possibly need to come down pit road to repair some of those damages.
Significant damage on that race car. Again, the 5 car. Seen in the battle, mandatory repairs picked up as a result of the contact to the Armco. Here is why. Got a little bit squirrely, and right there as they almost collected the Indy Auto Sports and another car involved possibly, but they were able to avoid quickly. But for Mario Henke, he is going to have to make the long trip down to pit road. The indication on the fast repair usage, taking our look. As soon as he hit the grass, he was off like a rocket. Yeah, hard hit into the Armco barrier. That's going to damage possibly the engine or the radiator, possibly. We'll see how that might... We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get around absolutely in detail. By the way, a switch around, Aerobatic getting around in their slow choo-choo train up to 4th in class over Race Tech Performance Green. I still find it ironic Aerobatic considers themselves a slow choo-choo train because Dirk Fetterman is one of the better drivers in this type of racing. Well, I guess they're considering, since they are in the slowest class, and this race is sometimes slow and steady does win the race in a sense if you're able to stay out of trouble. But they are in a little bit of a spirited battle, I have to say, between them and the Race Tech Performance Green of Philip Nessler. This is a good little battle for P4 in the TCR class. And we're missing a little bit of the apex, but still doesn't matter in terms of speed. Downside for this team is, well, the top 2 have ran away. Here's the thing. Remember how Neidhart had lost tons of time with the traffic and before the traffic? Seeing that pylon is down to 9/10. So the gaps are closing up in the class.
traffic giveth and tracketh taketh away once again, as Andrea Stefanini is currently behind the wheel of the Sabelt Esports machine currently. But for Neidhart, he is going to try to hunt him down quickly as they make the run through, as we watch also the battle for P4.
See just how that choo-choo train is able to avoid choo-chooing into the grass, to be able to chew up said grass. They do have a sheep on their car. Here's a look at the leaders. As mentioned, Sabelt Esports, this is Adriano Stefana behind the wheel, getting closed in by Neidhart.
And the Sabelt machine really putting on a great drive indeed here in the stages. One of the only few drivers, or only TCR cars to break into the under 9-second or 9-minute bracket, I would have to say. They're looking to showcase their speed here after their pit stops.
Yeah, the thing is, the pressure is on, though, after so much time for Neidhart to try and close up this gap. It's the closest that anyone's been to the Sabelt machine since really the green flag. How do you play this if you're the 168, knowing you've had to work for the past 2 hours now to get back here?
Well, the one thing is, you still have to be patient. You still have to try to keep focused, because even though, yes, you see the leader right there in front of you, you want to still have to be careful and taking care of your equipment during the stage of the race. A lot of things can still happen. As a matter of fact, here comes the Deutsche Payment Machine BMW around the second place TCR car. And soon to catch up to your race leader. It's all about this stage of the race patient. You don't want to push the envelope too much in order to come out on top with a strong finish.
It's been a busy race so far, with plenty of drivers having to take fast repairs. Dominating performances all mixed in throughout the field. It's worth noting Indy Autosport has wrecked the car again. Right just past the hour mark, so Loki Brown has spun around again. As we approach now, next set of window pit stops coming up in the next couple laps or so. Why don't we run through the top 8 of how things are going with the classes so far? You have Torque Simsport by Wagner Schweibeck Technic leading with Wolf. 26 seconds over Adrenaline E Motorsport. Herobit Sim Racing from 12th to 3rd in the class so far. Then Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, Turner Power Racing, Frozen Speed FSR quietly up to 6th. Motorsport 7, DR Sim Sport 8th in the class. Solid spin from Indy Autosport. Meanwhile, when it comes to Cup 2 class racing, Effect Esports, they've pulled away with DOT.exe Esports. Those two grouped together closely. Then Char Racing by Tam Livery, they've been grouped together in a battle pack for 3rd with Secure Esports. John Lee Motorsport Cup is in 5th in the purple car. Race Tech Performance 6th. North Sim Racing quietly is 7th. And Vamos Carrera is up to 8th. Meanwhile, up in the next class, this is SP10. It's Frozen Speed FSR in the lead. What can you say when you are running much quicker than the rest of the field? 25 seconds up. STKE Racing Team, they've been able to build a bit of a buffer in turn from the Racing Elephant, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, Project Dynamic Green, the top 5. Effect Esports is down to 6th. Mad Sim Sports still in the lane. Last time by was scored in 7th. They've been since passed by Turtle Sim Racing, who is in that spot. And also moving up is Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. As talked about, the battle's starting to get close when it comes to the touring cars. Sabelt Esports losing their gap over DOT.exe Esports, that closing fast. Sport So Fort Racing Green, followed by Ava Erratic Slow Choo Choo, followed by Race Tech Performance Green. iRacing Today Motorsports, Iconic Motorsports round out the class. Look top to bottom on how things are going out here, Taylor. Your quick thoughts as we continue to watch these drivers fare it out.
Well, for your drivers who are your class leaders, it's been, for the most part, a smooth breeze, a smooth, easy run for most of them. The only two classes that really have a close battle for the race lead is in your SP7 and your TCR category. Those are the closest battles. It's still, though, a long way to go. Take care of your equipment, take care of your car before you hand it off to your co-driver for their stint later in the run. Second point to bring out, we're now starting to get into the early evening hours. Sun's starting to go down, temperatures starting to drop. It's time to get yourself ready for a long night ahead of you, because this is probably one of the most difficult tracks to race under the lights because of how tricky and how fast it is around the circuit. Finally, still take care and avoid incidents out on track. The less time you're on pit road, the better chance you have to get a win or a podium here for the Nürburgring 24.
As we make our way through this race, pit stop windows approaching. Why don't we go to RacespotTV fan immersion and listen to the sights and sounds around the racetrack, watching along with this battle. This is for 18th overall, involving some of the Porsche Cup cars listed on board with Secure Esports. You've been following along with the RacespotTV fan immersion coverage of the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring here from the Nordschleife. Justin Prince, Taylor Burris with you with the producer Hugo Louise. Make our way past the 2-hour mark. Now in the midst of hour 3 of this event. These two still keeping close in their respective class in the Porsche Cup cars. How things fared out in the early going. So Taylor, we talked a bit about what you noticed entering this portion of the race so far. It's starting in some cases to reach the calm period. For others, you still have to keep the pressure up. For example, this respective fight for the lead of the class. What's kind of the team mindset here? What are you telling a driver when they're, say, right here, staying close up with someone like Sulio in the midst of the fight for the Cup class lead? The SP7s.
One thing I would tell my driver is to just start to learn a little bit of how he drives around the circuit. Find that openings maybe of where he's maybe weaker in one segment of the course compared to where you are maybe faster. Or if he's stronger than you in one sector of the course, find out where it is that makes him faster and try to copy or be similar or be faster than him in that segment of the course. This is a good learning opportunity for those early on in the stage. If you're able to get by him, by all means, go for it. But make sure you do it so in a way where it does not hinder your pace, as well as also hinder your chances, as we watch him on now getting caught up behind a lap traffic, which will change the outcome of that.
That was an Effect Esports car, Taylor.
Team orders, possibly?
Definitely helped out the 911 machine. Louis Almeida pulling away nearly a second with the help of that traffic. Third and fourth, though, they've stayed attached to the hip, it seems. Near identical lap times, near identical pace. Is this more frustrating or just, this is my life now kind of mindset?
It's a mix of both, because you know for a fact you're going to have to deal with lap traffic, lap after lap just about. You are not really going to get a break as far as with lap traffic from here on to the end of the race. Now, for drivers who are out there running, this is also a time where it gets a little irritating because you knew you had an opening to get around, but you couldn't take it without causing issues, so you have to be careful with that.
Pit stops, by the way, are open for the rest of the leaders. Some of the others had pitted, as mentioned, prior to the hour mark, or at the hour mark. Torque Sim Sport is in. They've put in Eric Trowich behind the wheel. Adrenaline E Motorsport also into the lane. Expecting Frozen Speed FSR and potentially TLDR Sim Sport as well this time by. So we're approaching that point of pit stop windows opening as well to add to that rotisserie chicken of different strategies to cut into.
Yeah, there's still a lot of different strategies as we do see our race leader on pit road getting his services as we continue to watch the battle for about the third position happening in the SP7 category.
Talk about the choice of the driver rotations here. How would you design a team rotation? Rather, how do you set up your respective endurance race rotations and say, it's time to switch, or let's not switch? Because we've seen some drivers only do one stint in some of this, in the stint so far, others taking 2 or 3.
Well, for me, it would always be putting your fastest driver at the start and the end of the race and wanting to keep him as fresh as possible throughout the race. You don't want to have him tired and groggy because he did a 4-hour stint or 5-hour stint possibly during the race, and then all of a sudden he has to get back in to wrap up the race. You don't want to do that. For this time, it's best to try to get those drivers who maybe are not your fully fastest drivers, get them out there on the circuit while it's still daylight, maybe, who those feel comfortable, and then save your drivers who are best to race at night conditions. Make sure they're good and well rested to get out there and be ready for their stint. That's how I would try to judge them. Try to keep them in the car for as long as they feel comfortable, but also make sure that they're not in there too long to where they can go out, get some rest, and be refreshed, ready to go and tackle their respective time in the car.
You also don't want to be up in a situation where we've seen in a couple races. Arjuna loved to bring this up, for example, from some VCO action. I think it was King of Chin, Josh Chin, slept through his alarm and caused his team to miss several races. You don't want to be that driver who misses several races or your stint because you fell asleep either.
No, you certainly do not. That is actually a big no-no, I'd have to say, if that were to come into play here. And, you know, unfortunate for Joshua for those events here. Hopefully we don't have anyone like that, but that's where you have to have a plan B and a plan C ready to go in case of situations such as that.
At least one team already chiming in that their max driver time 3.5 hours on their selection. Keep in mind, up to 8 drivers allowed in the sim, or via the sim setting, so to speak. When you look at the team rosters, some of them have taken the opportunity to go up to 5 deep, 6 deep, 7 deep to make sure they have that depth.
Yeah, you have to be careful indeed with that, as we see here, and some of these drivers will be able to continue on with some great racing on board in the SP7 category. But yeah, 3.5 hours is the max that driver could do without that driver change, pretty much, yes. Especially at a circuit like here.
Absolutely. Which can make it intriguing on how you set up that set strategy and turn. You're keeping a close eye on how things are faring up on the hillsides. Just take a look at the momentum he has to carry around, the different elevation changes. In the real world, this takes a lot of endurance, but also stamina to be able to drive constantly, hour after hour.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you're going out lap after lap for multiple hours. You've got to be so careful with fatigue, as well as also getting tired, making mistakes here. And of course, you know, here in the U.S., it's, you know, just now about 10:30 Eastern time. For those who are competing in the UK or Germany, it's definitely a lot later in the day, probably close to mid to late afternoon.
The importance in some circumstances of choosing the right time for the stops, right time for the swap, right time for the time zones even, that have come into play a couple times. Here comes a chance for Secure Esports, swapping back and forth a couple times. This time, though, you see there the lift. They're saving fuel.
They are certainly saving fuel, and this is a great time for them to do that here in this stage of the race. Save as much fuel as possible in order to try to not put as much when they come down pit road.
They are slowly approaching the respective window, a couple laps away, in fact, from that window. These drivers made it 8 laps, remember, compared to the 7 most of the SP9s have been able to make so far today. You can even see it right there, just how hard he just hit the clutch before he hit the brake. That front end just picking up off the ground.
Yeah, you did see that here, and that's important to try to save as much fuel as possible during any stage of this race here, because if you're able to do that, you'll be able to come down pit road, put a little less amount of fuel to fill it up in order to get to there and save you a little bit of time on pit road. Remembering the rule of being on pit time the least amount gets you the chance to possibly come home with a strong finish.
To dead even on the pace, to say the very least, right now. And the tough thing in regards to these drivers too, though, is they're going to need to hope for some luck to be able to get up to the leaders, to be honest, right now, because traffic is big, yes, but Effect Esports had a clean lap last time, a second quicker. Marius Brewer did lose a ton of time because of the traffic, which, oh, by the way, these lead cars are starting to reach now.
They certainly are, so this will change a whole lot of the strategy because it makes it a little difficult for our SP9 cars to get around these SP7 machines.
Yeah, the perfect example of that might be Suyo Almeida, by the way, who's up the road, who just lost all the time he picked up because he had to check up for Torque Freak Racing. And these cars going to have to deal with the same thing. You see one of them right there. Here's the tough part on this battle of the classes. They're about dead even on speed, it seems, today. As a matter of fact, just a 6-second difference, remember, between some of these cars class-wise. That's not going to be easy to pass.
No, it certainly is not going to be easy to pass at all whatsoever, so you have to be careful and critically think where you want to set your pass up in order to get around some of your competitors during this stage of the race. As there you see a little high-flying action by one of the SP7 machines.
In fact, esports machine being very cordial, giving them space there. No issues given whatsoever in that respective group. But with some of the more intense battles, that's where the concern has to be, because we've seen crashes already because of drivers focusing on the battle, and then faster cars come in, panic ensues.
That's the one thing you do not need to have happen, is cause panic for yourself or your team, because that just leads to more mistakes happening for you during the race.
Again, we're not talking about Panic at the Disco, we're talking about Panic on the racetrack. Like the meme with the panic. That is how that meme works, right?
I believe so. So we're not at that point yet for some of these drivers at this stage of the race, but I'm pretty sure some of them may be about ready to press that button.
I mean, if you're pressing the panic button at 2.5 hours into an endurance race, that might be the sign that it's time to swap the driver.
Might be time to swap the driver, might be time to do a different strategy call any period way here at this race.
Currently, these drivers with some decent separation from the rest of the pack for reference. Adrenaline Motorsports still behind them by about 10 seconds. And that's the thing in some of these cases, some of them do have technically a buffer time in case they do have a small mistake. A big mistake, buffer time gets lit on fire. A small mistake, if you're even up on pace, you can probably keep up.
Certainly can, and you have to be careful with that here as we watch them work their way through. Just some great driving amongst the field here in this class, the SP7 category, really putting the effort here. And I have to say, these cars are probably some of the most fun to drive here around this circuit.
Coming out of Kesselchen, coming up to the Mutt Curve. Head off towards the carousel. Here's the thing, looking like they may reach another lap car, the PEG DPT E-car, which has had some struggles today keeping their car clean. And they're going to be reached at a very awkward spot. That's not predictable.
Gotta be so careful. You see right there one of the SP10 or SP11 class cars right there, or SP10 cars in amongst the mix. That's gonna hold up one of the drivers as they head into the carousel. Arturus definitely getting held up here. That's gonna cause him to lose a ton of time on the Challier Racing TAM livery machine.
More than a second back and nearly getting hooked around to boot with the tight apex taken there. Not going to be too happy, but we'll see if they're able to close back up again. Should expect that with how they've been even on the pace, so to speak. The saying comes up again. Traffic taketh away.
It's always the case here when racing at the Nürburgring track.
We just had a car stop on the track. I believe one of the cars they were also dealing with. Low Grip Racing just stopped on the racetrack. Take a look down the front straightaway, getting the pit window open for some of the Porsches. This one very sizable. They can't, let's put it that way. You see, on their lonesome, this is looking around the circuit. This is Team Schnitzel by Starlight, for reference, we're looking at. I haven't mentioned this team too much. Jay Daniels behind the wheel for them.
Yeah, currently running in the 12th position right now. Jay Daniels from the UK and Ireland team, or club of iRacing. That team is currently trying to just make their way through. Been very quiet, which is always a good thing when running here at the Nürburgring.
He's a real-world competitor. Recognize the name. Usually drives in the Civic Cup. A few years ago. And just in his 20s. But running on his lonesome for that respective team right now, above the Indiano Sport Red car, who took 2 minutes of repairs. Torque Freak Racing have stayed close in the respective fight meanwhile. They've passed by the Elephant. As the Salmonin just broke the toe there right into the pit lane. Like we're going to be bunched up again. Good send Jeffrey Comel for their scheduled pit stop. And the rest of the drivers up on the jacks.
Yep, rest of the drivers are up on the jacks here as they work their way down on the pit road. More of the SP cars are on their way down. As we watch and see how this will play out for the SP10 categories. There's your race leader now completed with his stop right there, as he will rejoin the racetrack. And a driver change, David Barraclough getting behind the wheel.
Yeah, Barraclough, very competitive driver. Gonna be interesting to know if he can keep it clean.
David Barraclough is definitely been a long-time competitor on the iRacing service, competing in multiple different endurance and sports car races throughout the years.
In the major series, for example, you usually see him in some of the touring cars. Those off and away, as well as the FBP sports car. By the way, bad news if you are a fan of Motul Esports. The 52 car does not have a driver in its car now. It has had technical issues, their driver, Damian Hugensmith. So their team is having a bad day now. Continue.
Not the day they want to have, and unfortunately that's going to definitely put them pretty much out of contention for a chance of winning this race, or even a podium. It's just now trying to finish this race. That's a couple of more cars. By the looks of it, may also be out of the race as well. I'll have to look and see if we have any retirements, other than, of course, the Switch It teams, which did not take the green flag, so they did receive a DNS that did not start.
We had 2 DNSs. East Coast Motorsports we seen with a crash. Low Grip Racing was the last cars hurling in the midst of the pylon out of the race. They stopped on the racetrack 4 minutes ago. Taking a look, though, these two have not separated out. They're still expected to pit. What did I say? They're even on pace. Secure Esports is not going to let them run.
Certainly is the case here, and they are going to keep on going for this stage. As there you go, up over the hill. As they work their way around the circuit, but Sakil Esports now going to get themselves ready to go for a run. As we watch these two battling now for the second spot of Shellier Racing and the Killer Esports.
And within that car length just grouped together, expecting pit stops for them this upcoming time by. We've seen a lot over the years endurance racing wise, Taylor. What's your standout moment in terms of it stuck with you? I'm not talking about dominant performance, but I'm talking about just a moment in general. stuck on endurance racing wise for you?
That's a tough one, I have to say. Honestly, I'm a fan of those who are the underdogs, those who can make a recovery drive after having to deal with so much in their way. I mean, you think of course, a lot of teams, especially in the early days of the DPI era, the Rolex 24, I would have to say at Daytona, where you even almost saw the chance of some LMP2 cars taking overall victory at that race. So considering such as like Core Auto Sports taking the overall victory at Daytona at one point. And of course, even here at the Nürburgring, we've seen some underdog victories over the years around this circuit, besides, of course, the dominant battles. But honestly, it had to be a couple of years ago where it was coming down to the final moments between a BMW and I believe one of the Porsches coming to the line, just absolutely battling for that final lap. And those are the moments that stand out, because even though for 24 hours, drivers spread out all across the circuit, and you got to remember, there was probably an extra 40 to 50 more cars out on the circuit in that race compared to what we see now. And after 24 hours, they still raged and fight on to the bitter end like it was no tomorrow for these drivers. That is what is an awe-inspiring moment, seeing drivers fight still to the bitter end, even after 24 hours of tiredness, fatigue, dealing with so many blood, sweat, and tear drama throughout their race that they had to overcome.
Going to be something to consider absolutely when it comes to a lot of this. Bad news if you're a fan of Effect Esports in your 910 car. David Pitcher, I should say, the multiple British champion, entered today's race with that team. He's been having technical issues all day. He jumped in the car. Guess what happened? Technical issues. They are out of the race again.
Tough break indeed for them here. They're gonna definitely wish that this race went a whole lot better for them indeed, as we ride still on board with the Zacarlo Esports number 10 Porsche, who's still trying to hunt down the Chalier Racing team.
Also, more issues for the 294, the Elephant car we talked about a lot. They've requested a faster pair and are taking a faster pair. So something happening to the 294 to force them in. So a few drivers starting to have the damage build up to the point where they're willing to take the 5-minute stop to have to make sure the car can still drive. Because that's the thing. Even if it's not mandatory, there are hits hard enough to break the steering column and bend it.
There certainly is, and that's where you have to make that hard decision. Do you want to try and use the faster pair, take the penalty, or is there a way possible you can save the car, but it won't work just as good, and try to save as many of those faster pairs as possible, because you only get 2. And right now, for some of them, it's better to do that here in this stage of the race.
Still have a lot of time to make up, yes. But indeed, think of it this way too. Say you make the driver swap and they have to drive the damaged car and they don't realize how significant it is. We've seen a couple drivers already spin it out the second they've come out into the car with some of the damages today.
We certainly have, and it's so amazing to see that happening, because it can happen to anybody. You could be fresh in the car, but all of a sudden, cold tires, cold brakes a little bit. Yeah, no, you easily can loop that car around, unfortunately, and end your day.
These two, one of the closer battles on the racetrack for those just tuning in to Race Spot. And these two have been close together for what is now second and third in class currently. And yes, that is right. I had to check myself on that. They still have yet to pit. They did extend it to the 8-lap total. Expecting them ducking this time by Paul Busby. Jumped in the car last time by for the 911 machine. Yes, indeed, the leaders in DLT.exe esports green, so these two should follow suit. Net third and fourth prior to this window. There they go. How does Candelas handle this? conservatively. Keeps it even.
And they're closing in here. We should be seeing we saw most of the GT4 cars or the SP10 cars make their way down on the pit road. Now it's the TCR cars who have yet to make a pit stop as well, as most of the SP7 cars will make their way to finalize their pit stops.
See some of those teams in front making driver swaps with some of the issues in front. Marcus Groh also jumping into the leader car. Current leader car, I should say. This has just swapped around as well. This is second overall. Parabit Sim Racing in the SP9 class making the pass on Adrenaline. They started this race in 12. What a hard charge for them to come to the pack.
Very hard charge indeed for them as they work their way over through. Jonas Weed is currently leading the charge right now. Let's take a look at the replay of how he was able to complete that pass over Julian Slawski. Ducks over to the outside, which will be drivers left as they work their way through. Beautiful pass and has the open opportunity to complete it.
This team opened back up in 2020, the early stages of that very memorable year. Just 6 active drivers, 3 occasional drivers, but in a solid iRacing band range of 2K to 5K. Usually runs in special leagues like Gnarl, which is a special event series, as well as a couple other series. Coming out today and showing out with their speed already, cutting a second up the track away from Adrenaline.
Yeah, already a great drive as they crest over the hill and continue on their way, but the Adrenaline eMotorsports team falling off the pace just a tick over that Parabit Sim Racing team. They gotta try to find a way to pace themselves and get ready for this run as we're closing in on 21 hours left to go in the race.
At a timeout, and you can tell some of the darkness actually starting to kick in since this is an in-sim date on November the 30th. We're just past 4 p.m. in sim. That means sunset very much earlier. For reference, I know it's a different part of the world. In Canada, sunset right now is about 4:12, 4:15. The sun sets much earlier when you get to winter time.
It certainly does, and it changes the aspect of the entire different way of how things happen with racing here, because the temperature drops big time, as well as also the nighttime comes into play. You already see the headlights ablaze on all the cars as we pick up the battle for P4 in the TCR category between Racetech and AVA Vervatic.
Racetech with Phil Nessler, Dirk Fetterman, still trying to bring the choo-choo train forward. Am I the only one who just noticed the hooks on the back end, I believe, for the towing?
Well, these cars, they don't want them to be completely towed the wrong way, so of course they're going to add a place where they can hook.
These two have been scrapping like cats and dogs, it seems, at times, though. Back and forth on the timesheets. Fetterman had the quicker stop out of the two, but Nessler able to have the quicker lap last time by. These cars still have about maybe 30-40 minutes at least in the fuel tanks to think about their strategies.
They certainly do, so they'll probably pit right around just before the 21-hour mark is over, probably with about a few minutes left to go, if not when they hit just under 21 hours left to go.
Thing is, when it comes to Dirk Fetterman, I will say, Taylor, he usually likes to fight. You give him a space, he'll jump through it, and he's trying to jump through that space right now like a sheep. They have a sheep on the back bumper, that's why I said sheep.
Yes, they certainly do. I saw that earlier on in the race, but yeah, they are definitely trying to find that run that they need to do so to get around. and try and work their way back up into a spot inside the podium position. They're still quite a ways off, though, to go and challenge for third position, which is held by Sport Support Racing Green of Markets Browich.
Yeah, that car, for reference, 5 seconds quicker last time by. Do say I like when some teams like to have fun with their paint schemes, like you've seen with the choo-choo, the slow choo-choo for Acrobatic. What's your favorite fun paint scheme you've seen?
Acrobatic one was a fun one in my opinion when I first saw it. Looking through the field.
In general.
Oh, in general, and like in all forms. Oh, that's a tough one. You'll have to get back to me on that one.
Once you find the paint scheme, Acrobatic finds the position. Chugga chugga, quick choo-choo train. They're up to 4th again. Remember, they started towards the back in this class. Problem is, they just can't break the draft, which is the critical part of the issue. The various drivers in the cars currently on the left side of your screen, by the way. Keep an eye on where your favorite team/driver for said team is right now currently. Majority of the teams have made a first driver swap outside of a few of them. This event so far tonight. Have you found a paint scheme, Taylor? He has not found a paint scheme he likes yet. So as these drivers zip around, according to note, things have calmed down on the race control front as well. The incidents starting to be cut down a fair bit compared to earlier. On aboard this Race Tech Performance. We're still trying to close back around. Not giving this up in any way, shape, or form. See some of the steering wheel bubbles. Team that came third in official event competition when they ran earlier this year. Team always loving this racetrack, to say the very least. Just got these cars designed in the past week or so as well for their team, switching over from purple cars. Here comes some more traffic management, though. Jay Daniels has reeled them in. The Team Snitzel by Starlight car has nowhere to go and is all over their back bumpers half throttle. Daniels finally finds a space down the straightaway. Bit of a checkup for Fetterman. And that forces Nessler to back out of it. This is now going to be the hard part for some of these drivers now. Some of this traffic coming a hornet's nest, potentially for them to deal with. Another Porsche coming. pardon me, Adrian Sins in the Indy Autosport red car, zipping on by. Has had several spins today. We'll say they keep on fighting along. Indy Autosport red does, but a long hill to climb after Loki Brown's several spins to close out his stint. I believe you found a paint, Taylor.
I certainly did. It was the Adrenaline E Motorsports SP7 class car, the 202 machine. Gotta love the metallic purple and white. Really vibrant color, I have to say, out there. And since I'm a big fan of purple race cars, that definitely is one that I enjoy looking at here as it works its way around the circuit. Currently sitting 5th in the SP category. That's Matthias Grunzel, who holds on in that car right now at the moment.
Says on the car as well, from real to virtual and vice versa. Remember, a lot of these drivers and teams have some experience when it comes to the real world racing scene. A lot of them as well when it comes to the Nordschleife, we talked about one already that in turn proceeded to have technical issues. But these respective drivers, some of them have that personal connection to this racetrack. By country, by racing at it, etc.
Yeah, really starting to see some great drives here, and it's great to see drivers from all over the world coming out to compete in this event here. Drivers from, of course, Canada and the United States, and then, of course, all across Europe, from the UK, Ireland, Germany, of course, being one of the big main winners of drivers coming from all over here to compete in this special event. As they work their way through, we're closing in on 3 hours in the race. Still quite a bit of racing left to go.
Jensen in his Indy Autosport red car has found a way around Team Snitchel by Starlight, by the way. Pace has started to pick back up now at 116. Several spins we talked about. Long way to get back up to the highs of where they're at, and then anyway, driving off the racetrack.
Gotta keep it on the black stuff out there on the circuit. You don't want to hit the red and white. Yes, I know it's time for the Christmas holidays, but those are not candy canes you want to hit.
It's bad I haven't had a candy cane in years.
I would be a little concerned, but if we make it through this race, I think we need to reach a candy cane.
They did touch the red and the white there, still held on to it though across the curbing. That is a lucky save.
That was a lucky save by the Indy Autosports team.
You can tell in the previous corners something was off on that line, Taylor.
Yeah, something was off indeed by that line here. They're going to have to definitely be careful with that as they progress through the run. As they're really struggling with trying to hold on to that Porsche.
And that's the funny thing. The car seems to have the pace, Taylor, but the drivers... I'll put myself into a corner here. The drivers have had some mistakes a lot today. There's another one! And that one's gonna crash them.
Looks like their luck ran out for the Indy Autosport team this time.
That fits the exact point I think I was trying to make, Taylor. And the steering busted. They'll have to take the faster pair.
They certainly are, which is not what they wanted to have happen to them in this stage of the race, but unfortunately, it is not looking good for the Indy Autosports team.
So they drop back in turn. Also, another driver has... I believe we might have a second faster pair taken. 52. Here's a look at Indy Autosport. Yeah. Way off the corner several times. That car took 2 minutes of damage repair already. And now it's all over the racetrack. Can't even drive a straight line.
Yeah, they certainly are all over. You saw in the in-car camera, the steering wheel all cockeyed right there as the steering is definitely gone. They're thankfully almost to the pit road. So it won't, at least they're driving it back instead of taking a tow.
That team again, 13 15th place for the trouble ensued. Running as high as the top 5, they have already indicated faster pair. Moto Esports, another black flag as well for the 52 car. Looking back at this fight, seems like some traffic is now in the middle of it. Joel's starting to break away. Shoal Racing, my damn livery. Again, nowhere to go. The 25 up in front of them forces the stop of the brakes. That is Patch D.
Definitely not the night or afternoon that they were looking forward to during this stage of the race. As we watch them work their way around the racetrack here as they get by your SP10 race leader a few minutes ago.
Nearly turned again. And here comes Frozen Speed. FSR as well. You see in the backdrop the overall class leaders for their respective grouping in SP10. Some of the layers upon the layers upon the layers starting to break forward on the proverbial onion.
Now the question is going to be, how will these drivers be able to overcome the chaos that is set before them? Can they find a way to manage, in a sense, stop the bleeding here in order to continue on with this race? Because a lot of drivers now are starting to drop off during this stage.
Be the cause of that, more so on the frequency starting to pick back up again.
Frequency starting to pick back up. Drivers now having to deal with new sets of drivers getting behind the wheel of certain cars who are maybe a little more eager to get around and have some fun on the circuit. And also, some drivers realize or maybe running into some fatigue. I think for the most part, every driver out there on the circuit is a brand new driver except for maybe a couple. But for the most part, it's a mix of fatigue starting to come in maybe. Mix of fresh new drivers who are eager still, so it's a whole mixed variety. Plus, you're having to negotiate as the sun is starting to set.
And obviously, you can't have Andre Wolf drive every single lap if you're the overall leaders, too, in terms of the driver rotations. Eric Troach, here's the thing. They are losing time in bunches right now. Parabit just closed another 4 seconds last time by on this car. It's still a 16-second gap. Troach is losing ground, partly with the traffic, but still, it's going down in fast.
And that's something you cannot want to have for your race leader during this stage of the race. Thankfully, it's still early. There's a lot of things that can happen, but for Eric, he's got to be careful. And it could be a mix of him catching traffic in the wrong places, but right now, the Parabit machine very much on edge to go for a fast lap here.
And obviously, it's not as simple of a fix as scream, go faster. What do you tell a driver when you have that gap come down significantly? Or
the best thing I can tell him is try to be a little more quicker to get around some of the lap traffic. Be smart about it, but be quick about it compared to not now giving a little bit take. Of course, 16 seconds is not a lot of time. There's anything can happen in 16 seconds between your top two right now. We'll see what the times are when they come across the line here momentarily to see if Eric was able to pick up the pace after getting around some of that lap traffic.
I will say this in terms of this touring car battle too, we're now seeing Neidhart continues to fluctuate 1 to 1 seconds. It seems like he is about even on pace, if not a small advantage to Adriano Stefana. And that could make it intriguing if he can keep it close by the time they have to switch the driver, because by the time they reach the second stop, it'll be about 3 hours.
It certainly will, and that will change the entire premise of how the racing is going to come into here with 3 hours in this. And for some drivers, that means for some who have been in the car since this dropped the green flag, they're now getting to the part where they have to switch out with drivers.
The other drivers currently in that wing, Dennis Neidhart. And here is a big one. We've seen him for full send in this car, Taylor, in the past, or rather in this type of racing. Michael Polasek. You elect to put Polasek in that spot, knowing how good Polasek is.
If that's what the driver schedule is, I would consider putting Polasek behind the wheel, but You also got to remember how well Michael Polisic has been as far as a racer here in the world of iRacing. Multiple-time Porsche Car Club of America champion, a very strong competitor in the IVRA Championship, along with several other endurance series. You got to throw in the factor that he is going to be one that they want to try to wait till maybe the night time for him to go out there and run some laps.
And remember, when it comes to official racing, Polisic's choice of car, this car. Which I think is going to be something to keep an eye on when there was touring car competitions. Earlier this year ran well. Actually won the touring car Mount Washington Time Attack Hill Climb earlier this year. Oh, and by the way, he finished second with his team in the touring car last year in this event.
Just shows you the skill that Michael Polisic has for the American driver. Looking forward to seeing him get behind the wheel, and we'll see what he does here. As we're approaching, I have to say 7, 8 o'clock, or 6, 7 o'clock, I would have to say in sim time.
Not even close. It's 4:30.
It is 4:30. My apologies on that. And it's already looking like it would be 6 or 7 o'clock in some parts of the country here during the daylight time. Of course, this
in summer, yeah. That's the challenge of racing the cold. The track has stayed freezing cold this entire event, by the way.
Looking at the time and everything like that, in sim, the track temperature is still 65 degrees. Air temperature 65 degrees as well. Winds 4 miles an hour. Very chilly day. Well, not a super chilly day, but for track racing action, it's cold.
Looking bright side, it could be snowing.
Hashtag soon. Remember that one year at the Nürburgring where it snowed?
Just imagine the challenges of racing in snow. Let you have that thought stick around for a second for 2035. Here comes the battle for the race lead. Sebald has led all the way for the touring cars until now. DOT.exe Esports presses the go button to take the class lead.
And they do so superbly with the help as they work their way down through the straightaway. And now we will see what will happen with the .exe machine. Will he now try to pull away as Darius Neidhart will try to make the charge as they come out of Tiergarten and make their way back onto the front straightaway? We should be seeing these guys come down pit road here in the next lap or two, I would have to say.
They stay out for now. And guess who's coming? Where did that car come from? Oh, that's from a different class. That is Screeching Moose Motorsports to break up the battle.
Moose is trying to work his way through the lap traffic. For the Screeching Moose, they're currently sitting 8th in class. So a good top 10 run for them in the SP10 category. But they're now trying to negotiate through the TCR class.
So a major drop back for the team that's dominated the class, Sebald Esports, all the way through until now. Brianna Stefano already starting to lose touch with the drop because of the Screeching Moose car coming in to pass them. Take a look at the other end of the racetrack. These two, again, attached to the hip.
He's still been going at it for lap after lap. These two definitely putting on a superb show. The 992 of Chalier Racing and the Zucaro Esports number 10 still battling for that final step of the podium.
Keep in mind, when they had their pit stops a little while ago, they did swap drivers again. Curtis Tertulia's behind the wheel of that machine. David, I should say, behind the wheel for their respective first ones, for their first stints of the night. All of that's at 3 hours into the race. I'm going to be honest, Taylor, this time has flown by very quickly this year.
certainly has. I mean, people consider endurance racing to be long, strenuous. No, they can turn into sprint races by the sound of it, because how hard and how fast these drivers go around this circuit.
That's the funny thing. Correct me wrong, is it time slower? It feels like in winter and faster in summer, or is it flipped?
I believe it's flipped, I'd have to say, because it feels like time goes a lot faster during the wintertime, at least for me, compared to...
Maybe that's why. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I agree with you, like, that's why. So in wintertime, not a whole lot of daylight, already closing in into almost darkness here at the Nürburgring, compared to if we were racing during the summer, where the sun just feels like, when will it set? As we see this happening here, and the day is definitely getting a lot quicker as we see one of the, I believe that's the Deutsche Payment BMW esports machine coming up to the back end of these two SP7 cars.
Could pass by easily down the Donninger Hoa. Might take away a chance for the 992. Yeah, because you see right there, just about even on the top end speed. So that takes away a passing chance, possibly, for Racing. In fact, they just backed off. Let them have it for the corner single file to wait.
Sometimes it's the best move to just be patient and let them wait a little bit out and then go for it here. And we're starting to see that for some of our competitors.
Yeah, the give and take has expanded compared to earlier in this event. Oh, that's why. Pit stop.
Pit stop. Let's get this show on the road then with some pit stop action, as we saw we're now getting to the end of the pit stop run for some of our SP9 cars. And then, of course, the TCR cars should be coming down pit road this time by when they make their way out of Tiergarten.
The lights are turning on as well. It's time to shine those lights bright. Visibility going to be very important. Make sure you don't lose those headlights. Let's put it that way with the contact today. But also, it was at this racetrack here in RaceSpot a few years ago where we had our first broadcast in the nighttime. This was around 2019, about 2019-ish, 2018-ish maybe. The amount of terrified drivers was pretty high in the first night race. It's calmed down since then. But remember, this is a treacherous racetrack to race at the nighttime. You better have practiced, Taylor, to race in the dark.
You certainly have better at practice, because this track is the most unforgiving when it comes to those who do not take the time to take care of their car, to learn the track, and also to go out there and learn how to drive in the nighttime for those who are scheduled to run at night.
And keep in mind, as there's a touring car, give credit to the podcast team of iRacing Today Motorsports. They've existed today. But the point being, it's very difficult to drive at night. Not just because of potential tiredness that may happen in the real world, of course, just in a normal car, but as well just the way the visuals go, the way the darkness just envelopes you and embalms you around the racetrack.
It certainly is, and this track is definitely one that's very difficult to see here around the circuit, especially at night. You have to look around, find opportunities, and remember certain points of the racetrack where you have to know, hey, this is where I need to brake, this is where I need to let off a little bit, this is where I might need to start backing it up. But it's also a time where some drivers feel like they're the most fastest at night because they know this track. One driver who I know comes to think of is Daniel Morad, a former competitor who races around here, as we get a look at the Indy Autosports going for another wild ride once again.
That curb launched them in the air, Taylor.
Certainly did. Not a good feeling, I'd have to say.
So a second fast repair coming for them.
Yes. Unfortunate.
Meanwhile, Look at the air.
Woo-wee. That is absolutely a ride. I would not want to be in a motion simulator for that ride.
Problem is, that is not in the design jumps. That sends them right into 2 Onco barriers. Broken chassis immediately. Indiano Sport Red, not having fun. As the battle we've been keeping an eye on passes more traffic, low grip racing's SP10 car. As expected, they are taking the faster pair, by the way, Indiano Sport Red. They've already signaled for the black flag. That would be their second faster pair of the race. And their second in 15 minutes.
Well, that's definitely something you do not want to have happen here, because with that, it's pretty much you have to not have another mistake whatsoever from here on to the checkered flag.
So the incident points building up for some. One of the closer battles on the racetrack. Of the packs that have started close up have started to see some separation for the time being. For the time being.
The question is now going to be, how long will this continue for some of our competitors here? Will they have learned anything to try and make it through, or could we see possibility of more chaos ensue for them as they run further and further into this race?
What are some of the lessons you think you would have learned?
One, I would have to say, is still the number one rule I have to say when it comes to racing here at the Nürburgring: patience. You have to show patience here around this circuit, especially during the early stages of the race. And we're seeing that happen for some of these drivers who are a little too aggressive on certain points, thinking they can make a pass. In all actuality, they can't, and it ends up costing them.
Absolutely, as more cars zipping by. This time, I believe it's a faster car. Yes. Tell just some of the boxing coming to play. Turtle Power.
There's the Turtle Power machine working his way through. They're running inside the top 10 with Daniel Molier, who is behind the wheel of that number 23 machine.
For some reason, I find this intriguing. In a variety of series, Taylor, I've seen people name their team after turtles, think they're going to be slow, right? And end up being one of the quickest teams in the series. It's just funny that way.
It's a head games that they're playing with the competitors. That's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, slow is fast, right? That's in reference to how they approach the corners.
It is.
And, well, that's kind of one of the main advice periods, right, for some drivers. If you have a slow entry, you can have a fast exit.
You certainly can, and it's come into play big time for a lot of these competitors who are taking it slow in and fast out. They're out there still running compared to some of the other competitors who are not out there running at the moment.
They're trying to close up to low grip, keep in mind. The thing is, with low grip, they hit last time by, compared to Turtle Power's pit stop the previous lap. Low grip racing, for some reason, had a 1 minute stop, however, with their driver swap. So it lost them about 1 or 2 spots.
But that will change the name of the game for them as far as how they will go about with their strategy calls later in the race. So they have to find ways to try to make adjustments for it as they progress further into this event.
Back over to these two. Approaching the start of lap 4 for their respective stints here. Indian team still with the upper hand. 7-8 mile an hour difference though down the straightaway. All racing by Tam Livery hitting the chip. Likes to lift once again.
And And that's a smart drive right there that Challier Racing is doing. They're finding that absolute line where they can push the car and then back it off just a little bit, so that way they know, all right, here is where I can be faster, here is where I can maybe make a pass when it counts for them. And then, of course, this is where it could possibly mean for them for a win or podium if that opportunity presents itself.
Expect these two to stay lined up a storm for the time being. I think it's the main focal point of the respective fight. See if they are able to try and work forward to get to the next car up about 20 seconds, though, is the tough part. Paul Bubsey, since jumping into the Effect Esports car, by the way, has grown the lead by 5 seconds. Busby, not Bubsy. Bubsy is a video game.
He certainly, yeah, the FX Esports team has really showed a lot of pace here as he works his way around the circuit, as pit stops are happening for your SP9 leaders. As into the pit box goes the Torque Sim Sports machine as he will make his way down.
Question is, how close will this gap be? There was a driver swap for Peril Pit Sim Racing last time by. Dennis Zimmer's behind that wheel. Will the undercut work to get to Eric Troche? The pit stop time was 42 seconds for the 26. No driver swap taken for the 107.
Driver swap indeed, as it looks like car behind him of Adrenaline E Motorsports will do a driver change. Jochen Alt gets behind the wheel of the number 47.
It's going to be closer. We're chopping away. Touring car lead in the bottom corner of your screen. The overall leader is Pitt. Where is Perlbit? They are not even close.
Jochen's still on pit road. Sam Holt just now entered into his pit box, as there goes Jochen finally out onto the racetrack. So the gap now back up to around 24 seconds, 22 seconds.
Perlbit having a disastrous outlap. They lost in that pit stop cycle, and after that lap, 11 seconds, Taylor.
That is going to cost them big time as they progress through this run. Now all that time that they've made, they have to do it all over again to catch back up, as there you see the Sam Holt in the TLDR Sim Sport machine now exiting off the track in 5th place.
Take a look at the touring cars again. Expecting pit stops this time. Be able to roll their way to the box. So we'll see how they handle this here on the strategy, expecting both of them to swap, and the swap of the drivers could be critical here on who they put in.
Very critical indeed here, as will determine who is able to come out on top with this run. As we watch your race leaders continue their way through, they're about halfway, a little over halfway through the lap here at the Nordschleife section. See how this will play out for them as they make the run.
See that gap starting to grow, though. That's the bright side, when they are able to keep it at the very razor margins of the edge of the racetrack. Our black flag has just been displayed. Another faster pair. This time, it's the 718 camp, Project Dynamic Green, who have elected to take a faster pair, so something happening to Project Dynamic Green, which has brought them to pit road.
Tough break for them. They were having such a decent run, and now, unfortunately, they're going to have to spend a little time on pit road.
It's going to be the intriguing race. Then the race, right?
Of course.
You have to make sure your strategists are going to be able to keep up with what they need to do as well. Remember, we started off the race with the extra formation lap, which took some time off the clock. How do you think those team strategists are feeling right now, trying to make sure they get those calculations right?
Probably with them pacing under pace speed for an entire lap, that opens the door for maybe a little bit of extra fuel saving. I'm pretty sure a lot of them did that under that pace lap leading to the green flag. So it goes into a little bit of fuel calculations probably of when these drivers are going to be able to pit. Of course, that's why some of them have been able to stretch it out possibly for as long as they have been compared to other drivers. And also, it's also a good time for them to save the tires possibly in the race. We may see when the night goes on possibly someone trying to double stint. Possibly not going to, given the fact the new tire updates here on the service. But it's still a lot of different strategies. Also a bit of who is able to come down pit road or who is able to do a driver change. May change the times of seeing who gets behind the wheel.
About to say, not seeing too many of those drivers elect to do the double stint. A lot of the cases, though, the pit stops have been very quick. So you may as well take the tires in that circumstance.
You certainly may as well do so. It saves that. Just go ahead and get the fresh set of tires and not have a little bit of less stress, as we do have our TCR leaders down on pit road.
Right about that, at the other end of the racetrack, you see that on the pylon. The top two have just ducked down. That when it was open, worth noting, those drivers are having some swaps. Michael Polasek is indeed in for DOT.exe. He'll have to battle with Manuel Lucetta. So now we have two very quick drivers ready to battle with Polasek, already doing Polasek things, testing the wheel.
Making sure he's good to go, ready to go racing here. As he tries to get the car serviced on his machine to get ready for his run into the night.
See how the box times are. Jetta, known for racing more so in Skip Barber's in the past, one of its previous champions, and a much longer stop for Seibelt Esports. Seibelt Esports losing a ton of time on their swap.
Very much a ton of time on their swamp here, and unfortunately that's going to cost them. And Seibelt Esports now exiting on the track 3.1 seconds back.
And keep in mind, they had the same pit stop time, Taylor, it just was delayed, it seemed. In that circumstance, that separates them out by about 2 seconds, make it 4 seconds.
Going to change the entire outcome a little bit here for this stint of the race here for these drivers. As Michael Polasek pulls away out onto the GP section, almost about to enter his first lap around the Nordschleife in race conditions tonight.
Back of these two, it seems like David Baum wanted to go. It seemed like a small block, if that.
Possibly a little bit of a small block, but right now they're going to keep on racing and lined up nose to tail. These two have not given up on battling here for position as they come out of Tiergarten and make their way on across the front stretch.
But at this point, you have to think the 992s in their camp is saying, you know what? We can't pass you. May as well see if we can save an extra bit of gas, save some time at the pit lane, and jump you.
Might as well. It's a good opportunity. Good opportunity to do so. Oh, it's right there. Trouble for him. He loops it coming out of the corner.
There goes the Secure Esports car. And there goes the battle. Pressurize a mistake?
Probably a little bit of pressure caused that mistake right there.
So they slip back to fourth. However, they are way far back for that third position as a result. Now with the slide, take a look in this quick flick of the corner.
Yep, a little bit too much flick in the wrist there as they work their way out of that corner and loops it around for him. And unfortunately, that will give the spot over in that fourth position, or actually that would be the third position, to David Bowen.
Take a look. Meanwhile, second overall. This is the SB9s. Remember, Parabit Sim Racing has a quick car. Here's the thing again, they lost tons of time on the outlap. So now, they have to recover it back, including the second spot again. That is Jochin Alt, who is up in front, using the traffic to his advantage. Zimmer, no place to go yet.
No place for him to go indeed here, as this gaggle of cars of GT3s, so SP9s, SP7s, and SP10 cars, all right there, gaggling themselves out of Tiergarten to continue on their way here.
Might be on for the move, though. Here comes Zimmer. Up the right side. Adrenaline lets them have it early on the break.
Early on the break indeed, as they now enter into their corner out of that tight hairpin, the Dunlop hairpin, and continue on their way down the GP circuit. But Jokinalt trying to find his way to get back around the Parabit Sim Racing team, who's been so strong in today's race during this certain point of our second half of our broadcast, I'd have to say. Wouldn't say the second half of the race, because we still are not even at the halfway point of tonight's action.
Talked a little bit about the from real to virtual and back again, by the way, with Adrenaline Motorsport. Of course, those who know that team, it is a team that races at this racetrack. They secured a championship title in the Nürburgring Endurance Series, in fact, recently. For 2020s, after what happened in 2020, had a strong season the last time out for the championship. So that respective camp, of course, has real-world racing experience at the circuit. Looking back at some more battles. North Sim Racing, we haven't mentioned their team too much, battling with Racetech. Looking a little bit aggressive, having to back it off. Antonio Ariel behind the wheel of the 43.
They're trying to hold off the 405, actually, that's the North Sim Racing right there. Up ahead of them is the Racetech performance of Moritz Kroner, who is right there holding on to the 6th position for the time being.
Thing is, when it comes to North Sim, they lost 3 seconds last time. The reason partly they're in the midst of this range of the 424. A 2-minute pit stop taken last time for Racetech with some of the damage. Keep in mind, you see how the wing is straight on the North car. It's not straight on the Racetech car.
Certainly is not straight indeed. That's going to make it a little bit difficult for them in order to try to make their way around the circuit.
You see Kroner able to break a wet forward now with some of this advantage. North Sim car. Drivers based in this event from Italy, as well as within towards this region, towards the Benelux area. See, though, just that little bit of curbing even cost them about a half a tenth.
Certainly did, and it's going to be even more detrimental for them as they continue to progress on through here. That curbing is not your friend whatsoever. You have to be so careful where you set your car up in order to have some good runs.
For some reason, the song about best friends just popped up in my head from that. Oh, in the back corner. North Sim Racing able to take advantage as a result, side by side.
Side by side indeed for that position. Great battling here as they work their way around.
The Racetech car a little bit quicker though. Seems like they might have a bit more straight line speed. But now the North Sim Racing car with the better advantage with being in front of them, able to check them up. Big hit of the brakes, checking up Racetech. That's the tough thing. You have to think the difference of the braking marks can really play a huge factor in some of this.
It really can, and it's so critical to be careful of where you want to put your car during those stages of the race, because that can cost you a lot of time lost on the field and your competitors out there, especially as we watch these two battling for that position as they climb the hill here. But it's very difficult to get a run here, and also very easy to lose a run around the circuit.
And be scary, absolutely. You just see how even one bit of clean space in the braking mark can make the difference based on the confidence. Confidence is a huge part of the braking marks, Taylor. Some drivers will say having the confidence the car will stick, as well as the experience. However, you also need to make sure you have the car that can make it stick.
You certainly do have to make sure that the car is enough there to stick here, and you got to have that confidence to be able to set that run up, make sure that it will stick through the middle of the corner, make sure that it will brake when you need it to brake, and make sure that you are confident enough in yourself as well, that you know how to get around this circuit, especially here during this stage of the race.
Really in all stages, though. Because a driver knows on instinct, in a lot of cases, when especially if you look at somebody's stream, at some of the higher up drivers, some of the drivers just know, okay, it's lap X on the stint, it's time to change this up immediately.
They certainly do, and that's what makes them so incredible to watch out there on the circuit, because they know when the time is to push, when the time is to back off, when the time it is to save, and get around this circuit and just set their own pace. And for some of these drivers, they're doing phenomenal jobs of that, where they have not come down pit road except to top up with fuel and change tires, not repair any damage whatsoever.
Anything, some of the damage on a couple of the cars has been incidental with some of the curbing. But that's to be expected with the elevation change.
It certainly has been that case indeed.
So Nordschleife Racing, a few corners away from the Dodger hole. They do have a sea of traffic possibly to reach, though, in the next lap that may play a cork in a bottle effect for this respective fight.
This fight is about to be very exciting, as, ooh, right there you saw one of the race tech machines get a little bit onto the grass, had to save the car, and does a phenomenal job of doing so.
Got the two right side tires off into the grass, able to hold on. Remind fans that is live timing and scoring available. Look up above to RacespotTV/timing2. Looking over at Frozen Speed FSR. This car in the 85, outright dominant today. What can you do when you have a car run away from the field this fast, this quickly? It's going down, per se, the gap, but it's 45 seconds still, or in the span of less than 4 hours.
There's really not a whole lot any of these drivers can do. They only hope that they make a mistake out there on the circuit, which allows them to maybe find a way to make up time. But with how that team has been performing in the SP10 class, that number 85 is not going to be making a mistake anytime soon, I have to say.
So they have come into the pit lane, so scheduled pit stop time coming up for the SP10s. The advantage is so big, David Barrichello's not even in the box yet. Also, there goes Nordschleife for a scheduled pit stop. They're at 8 laps in the Cup car. Interestingly, Torque Sim Sport's advantage is shrinking. Adrenaline E-Motorsport is keeping up this time with Dennis Zimmer. They are both mowing down the gap and fast.
They certainly are mowing down the gap and really making a bunch of gains here in order to try and come out with a strong run here to this end.
6 seconds gain with the help of the traffic last time by. Here's the thing, they have to go through the same traffic here. That's going to be the major quirk and difference. If they reach this traffic perfect time, it falls both in their court, you'd have to think.
Certainly is. It's now a matter of what they will do if that opportunity presents itself. Will they take the ball and run with it, or will they be a little bit more patient in it? They have to be careful in deciding what is the best outcome for them, as pretty much the sun is behind the track all the way through just about. And it's going to get a little bit more interesting for our drivers.
Down to about 15 seconds or so inside that bracket. Coming down in bunches with the speed of these two. I was curious, by the way, on the touring cars. Remember, there was the experience last year for Michael Polasek, who was on that pylon. He was a dominant driver last year, for instance. He leads by 12 seconds. George Gruber just now is leaving the box in the SP10s. So there is a chance this becomes one of the closest battles on the racetrack and fast. What do you think the discussion is in the Torque Simsport camp? Eric George just does not seem to have the same tempo as these cars right now.
He certainly doesn't seem to have that same tempo. He's got to try to find a different way to try to pick up his tempo a little bit to go and challenge for the race lead here. He's got a lot of work to do so, but right now it's just trying to find something, do the exact opposite of what he's doing now if he wants to try and challenge.
The part is it's going to take potentially at least another 2 laps. And here's the other factor of the coin here. Remember, Parabit, if they didn't have something happen on the route lap, would already have been there. We might have already seen the change for the lead.
We probably would have already, but due to the fact of that pit stop, it did not come to fruition here for this time, so we'll see how this plays out for them as we watch on this battle for second between Jochen and Alt, who's now closed in. He's just got to find a way to get back around Dennis Zimmer.
They do have traffic ahead. Interclass traffic that has gun repairs done, PCF Racing Neon. And the Screeching Moose Motorsports car picked up mandatory repairs. They are taking a fast repair. The 620 has to come into the pit lane. And meanwhile, there goes the draft. Parabit has broken the toe away in more than a second. Again, this car struggled in qualifying. A massive flip of the coin tailor compared to the race trip.
Certainly it was the case here, and a massive flip of the coin for how they've been driving during this race, and now they're in there challenging for the race lead, and they're actually closing in on Eric Trausch in the Torque Sim. They picked up quite a bit of time now. It's now under 13 seconds, make it 12 seconds right now between first and second.
Seconds coming down in bunches. Also, really separate a bit out with some of the traffic coming into lane 2. Now this is going to be the huge part. This is the part where a lot of the time was lost last time. Zimmer has to reach these cars perfectly to reach the Torque Simsport car by the end of this window.
Yeah, they gotta try to find something and make it quick here if they want to go and work their way up through this field. But for the Torque Simsports, they have to be careful. I think it's a mix of them working through lap traffic is causing them a little bit of issues, plus also the darkness coming in, making it more difficult to find passing opportunities around slower traffic.
2 cars at least up front. PCF Racing Neon we mentioned. Torque Simsport is also being held up by traffic of their own. Here's Adrenaline. They're trying, but it just seems like they just don't have the same raw pace right now. Although they will get the time back because there is a touring car who stops in the middle of the racing line.
They certainly will get that time back. So now the question is going to be, how well will they be able to work their way around the lap traffic during this stage in order to go and keep up with the FBP sim racing team?
2 seconds lost, nearly 3 seconds lost, finally opens up a hole. And that traffic did not make it easy. Believe that was one of the sports support cars. Yes, it was their green entry. Those are the different obstacles they have to deal with throughout the whole race and the ebbs and flows. FBP now has to get back up on it to be able to regain now because of all that lost time, and they still have an intercore car, traffic car to pass. 22nd. Neon, they still haven't gotten to the neon car.
This is going to change a whole lot with how they're going to be able to come out with this as they work their way through. So they're coming towards the... heading down the long stretch here momentarily, but Jochen holding on for dear life now with that Adrenaline E-Motorsports BMW.
Zimmer taking a wider arc here. Really trying to build up a run to be able to go down to the Donjerhoa. 12 seconds the gap between first and second now in SP9. All picking up just the whiff of the draft to keep things somewhat close.
Dennis Zimmer now in that FBP sim racing trying to hold on as they work through Tiergarten. And as they climb and crest over the hills here to head on to the front straightaway, will Jochen Alt have a way to try and find a way to get back up into second place here as they work their way through onto the front stretch?
Do you even try and pass, though? Because if you don't time it up right to be a quick pass, you cost yourself both time. In turn, both teams frustrate each other, trying to catch up to the lead.
It's a mix of both. You want to get around because especially if you feel like you're faster, and as you look at the times, you saw Jochen Alt was about a 10th faster than Dennis Zimmer. Not by much, but still enough to possibly try and challenge. But the thing is also, you still have to throw in the factors of dealing with the lap traffic, dealing with other scenarios out there on the circuit that could arise. So you maybe want to let that person, Dennis Zimmer, get you through all the chaos before then you consider taking advantage of that.
Have him open up the door, yeah. Let's keep an eye on it, especially since, by the way, up to /SP7 cars are pitting this time. The tough thing about this too, with where that timing is, if you can imagine the 11 seconds up the road, Torque Simsport for the first time in about 2 laps has clean space on the track. These drivers have a side-by-side in front of them.
And for Eric Trausch, that is going to be a big help for him to try and pull away once again. But for Dennis Zimmer and Jochen Alt, it just means a little bit of chaos is about to make its way on to the scene for them.
See one of them getting around a touring car, a little bit of a close call. That was a little bit dicey, to say the very least. I could believe that may have been the elephant car. But there's that 1 second buffer gone, just like of a switch because of that situation. Almost wonder if PCF Racing Neon may be able to feed draft to both of them. Do you think? Because it seems like they were a lap down, yes, remember they had to take the faster pair, but the speed seems to be decently there at least.
Speed was definitely there, but the thing is now, it's a little bit of differences here as we see them now switch them up and go for a pass for position here. as Jochen Alt will go getting around the lap car. Actually, no, that's Dennis Zimmer getting around one of the lap cars. That is the 666, the Sports Sport Racing Orange, who is out there in front of him.
So that was the 5 getting past that time. But indeed, that was traffic to switch things around a bit. Looking like they just said blue flags. Here you go. Oh, and Adrenaline thought they were wanted to go to the right side. The lap traffic decided to go to the right side. Adrenaline loses some time from that. Communication.
Adrenaline lost a ton of time from that there, as they will now fall back to about just under a second now, as Dennis Zimmer tries to quickly get away.
Now it's going to be the matter of chip away, chip away. This will take some time. Able to close on up here. But again, it's so difficult in a lot of these cases here to be able to do what they've done. Go from the heart of the hornet's nest up to second, be quicker than the race leader, chip away at the race leader's gap. This is not an easy task.
It certainly is not, and it's going to show that you have to be so careful of what you're having to negotiate, because right now, you see, once those lights are gone, as we watch right on board with Dennis Zimmer, there's nothing you can see around you. There you see the sun is practically behind the mountains here in Germany at the Nordschleife, and you have to be so precise with trying to set up this run here. As you set up, you can't see anything going on around except what's in front of your headlights.
Just a little bit of orange left in the sky. Imagine going hiking in those forests, though.
And hearing the roar of race cars around the circuit? Yes, please.
And Adrenaline just holding to the edge of the draft. This next hour or so is going to be very critical to set up the middle portion of the tailware, I will say.
It really will, because this is going to be that final transition where we transition pretty much into full darkness around the circuit. So with that, that's going to change the outlook of how these drivers will have to negotiate around this circuit, how the driving standards will be, and plus also we should be seeing, before we end our broadcast here for first 5 hours of coverage, we should see at least one more driver change for a lot of these drivers, so a new set of fresh faces will be getting behind the wheel.
Absolutely. I'm down to about 8 seconds, by the way, with the results of some of this traffic. Chip away effect continues here. Interestingly, with this racetrack, we mentioned the things you can do here. But did you know you can have a webcam look at the racetrack? And for those wondering, it is 5:27 local time of the racetrack. You cannot see a thing on the webcam's tail, or it is pitch black.
It makes perfect sense, I would have to say, given the fact of what the weather, the racing condition, and how dark it is at the circuit at night. The only time you'll see more lights is when there's actually people at the racetrack for the real-life Nürburgring 24 hours, because all around the circuit you'll see small campgrounds of people just camping out, watching racing action, and all kinds of different lights. And one of the sad things I have to say with these cars and with the racing here on the virtual world is, you know, the real world drivers actually decorate their cars with certain lights on them for people to be able to pick out and point out their favorite teams, favorite cars out on the circuit.
Pit stops underway. The third and fourth place cars in their respective class. The SP7s on the jacks. DOT.exe esports also in for a scheduled stop. Last time by, the Effect esports car came in. Their lead continues to expand as a result with this window. You see the tire spin. Marcus Grohl staying behind the wheel of the 167. They fall behind the wheel of the 992. No change either for Skill esports.
No change whatsoever as we're closing into the end of with 20 hours left to go of the race. As we hit the top of the hour in the real world, currently it's 12 o'clock Eastern Time, 11 Central. So still quite a bit of racing left to go for them, but the pit stop cycle picking up once again here today.
Here's an interesting question. I'm curious if anyone has tried to run the full 24 hours or anything endurance-like at the Nürburgring's esports bar. Because they have an esports center with esports rigs there. Normally you can't rent it for more than 30 minutes. Wonder if they've ever given an exception to a team to run it, or have their whole team say, you know what, we're having the bar today. Let's run the race.
Possible. I won't know for sure. But it would be a pretty amazing opportunity for those who are in and around the esports bar there at the Nürburgring.
It's one of the major things that come up right as a result of developments in the past couple of years, especially in esports. Lots of tracks and facilities really prioritizing being able to experience events such as that, or experience such as that, rather.
Really is, and it's kind of interesting to see, you know, people coming around the world to come and experience this race and experience the other sights and sounds around the Nürburgring Nordschleife and the GP circuit. I mean, even before the actual race itself, they have so many other amazing things that happen, such as historic racing, drift competitions, and even some motorbike racing action.
Yeah, interestingly too, apparently they have an amusement park now at the track. And the reason to mention all this is, in a lot of cases, the racetracks also moving towards more of an experience rather than just going to the race, having multiple reasons to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things you can do, and of course the fun thing is if you get tired of being in one section of the circuit, you can go anywhere pretty much around the circuit to see and enjoy.
By the way, taking a look at second place in the class for SP10, give a shout out to STK iRacing team. Simone Tucci behind the wheel of the one car. Roberto De Filippis amongst these drivers registered for this group, the Italian group. It's 53 seconds back, but they've broken away from the rest of the pack in second in class.
They certainly have indeed, and they're trying to hold on here. We watch that number one machine. Absolute beautiful drive here. They'll work their way around one of the GT or SP9 cars out on the circuit, who's on pit road. But they still have to worry about George Gruber right there and the Torque Freak Racing machine closing in as well. They're 4 seconds back and making some significant headway.
Yeah, there is George Gruber. Always gotta love George Gruber when he's behind the wheel. We've seen over the years, Taylor.
Certainly has been. He has competed in a lot of great racing events all across the iRacing service. A strong, long-time competitor, and looking forward to seeing what 2023 holds for him.
Might be passing by an issue with the car. Yeah, there was a car just off the track in that same section. EQE Dua Dassault had been way off the sand in the grass. They've had several issues, however, today. Not been their day.
Certainly has not been been their day at all for a lot of drivers, as penalties are given out for Igor Kos in his machine.
Fast repair.
Fast repair penalty indeed.
Yep, that. They put downtown Gary Brown into the car for the next time they hit the racetrack, one of the PRL regulars. But you're right in terms of the pace for Torque Freak Racing. The downside is, last time by, they were 3 seconds off the pace.
See what they can do here now as they work their way through, trying to see if they can hunt down your overall race leader, which is 53 seconds up the road from them.
And that's going to be tough for an easier said than done. You know how things are breaking down here. That overall race lead is almost gone for SP9. Eric George, another 8:11 last time by. Parabit Sim Racing, even with the traffic cut, another 4 seconds. It's nearly 5 seconds underneath already.
Certainly is, and Dennis Zimmer is really starting to put the pressure down here. And it looks like for Eric Trush is just struggling with racing here in the nighttime compared to what Dennis Zimmer has been able to do.
That panic button you'd have to think going off. You have traffic. That's only going to exacerbate the issues, and yes, that is the 51. Well, 2 esports cars still running like the disastrous day. Able to zip on by right before in a crucial part. However, they drop another second from it. Nearly spinning out. That's another half a second.
Certainly did the case here, and that's going to be another second going and going and going here. Jochen Alt is also trying to keep up with the pace here. He's another second behind these two.
George has to run. Zimmer now starting to reach the same traffic in the backdrop. Up the Donninger Hoa. Second and third, you see the headlights in the backdrop. Lap traffic moving to side of the backdrop. There it goes for Parabit Sim Racing. Adrenaline still not able to get clear yet. They're not close enough to make it around before the Tiergarten.
They certainly are not indeed, so Dennis Zimmer's going to have to wait a little bit longer before he can go and try and challenge Eric Torsch for the race lead here, as that Torque Simsport machine is just trying to hold on as they come on to the front stretch.
Couple tenths lost with the check up. Now this side-by-side may hurt him a little bit. A clear by, though, by the flag stand. Dennis Zimmer, the major focal point, though. See his headlights just up the track. It's down to under 3 seconds. Now nearly 2 seconds to the braking mark. 2.5 seconds as they make their way up to the road course. The GP section.
It certainly is here, and this is going to get exciting. Can Dennis Zimmer find the opening and maybe set up a pass before they enter onto the Nordschleife section of the course, or will he have to be a little bit patient?
Might have to wait to the Nordschleife section, yes, Taylor, but the thing is, they have to pit next time by based on their strategy window for Zimmer. That's going to be the tough part on this. Remember, they've lost bunches of time on their outlaps as a team today. Eric George picked up 11 seconds from his outlap.
Just shows you how the race ebbs and flows here. We're seeing that happening for your race leader, who was dominant for the first, pretty much now closing in to be 4 hours of the race. Now, a news team is coming to work their way up through the ranks, and that's the Parabit Sim Racing team. Parabit started 12th in class, so they are showcasing major speed here in the after the first 4 hours completed.
Down to under 2 seconds. Up to start the Nordschleife. Making their way towards Owen-Nijgen. Luke Platt's going to be a very difficult section for these drivers to deal with in a moment.
They certainly are going to be difficult here in this race as they work their way through. Such a difficult run here as they make their way through because it's so much tight corners, a lot of speed you can carry through, but you have to be careful of where you place the car.
Again, this is the battle for first for those tuning in for SP9 coming up to the top of the hour. Pit window opening for some of the drivers this time by. Torque SimSport has led the entire way as much as by 25 seconds. However, after the driver swap, the gap has eviscerated itself to under 2 seconds. Another second and a half behind the Parabit Sim Racing car is Adrenaline eMotorsport, also looking to take advantage of this, also eating down the time in bunches, just like Dennis Zimmer's Parabit car.
Your top three already about to be stacked on top of each other here. This is going to get exciting, and we're only just about 20 hours left to go in the race.
Down to a second and a half or so. More traffic ahead, quickly moves aside. Still a tight squeeze, though, to get around that traffic. That is the Such.ch Sim Racing team car. Oh, and Parabit just reached him in a terrible spot. Parabit loses a couple tenths of a second from that. Not as bad as it could have been with some of these checkups today, Taylor.
No, it certainly was not compared to what we saw earlier today in the first 4 hours of this race. So it's going to be even more exciting to see how this plays out for them here during this second run.
Redmond lost bunches of time with that said traffic. 4 seconds back now with a race lead. More than 2 seconds behind Parabit. And again, you can just see with the way the corners have been tailored, this car is hooked up for the nighttime, it seems.
It certainly is hooked up for the nighttime, and that's where some drivers want to determine what's the best setup for them to run. Is it a nighttime setup where they feel like they can make up a lot of time, make up a lot of ground, and pull away from their competitors, or they prefer to be in the daytime? And by the looks of it, for Torque SimSport, they preferred a daytime setup, but now it's not working in their advantage for them as Dennis Zimmer is really closing in to try and take the race lead. They're more preferred to run in the nighttime.
See with the interval, very similar straight line speed right into there. It seems like the mid-speed corners might be some of the struggles for Trolich right now, where he just loses that extra bit of momentum with the lift.
He certainly was able to do so here in that run of the race as they work their way through. But watch out, because Dennis Zimmer is coming. He is putting the pressure on Eric Torres.
Now it seems to have stabilized the gap, if anything. This is the most stable it's been in a while. Thing is, though, you see right there, that run through top corners like the carousel are also costing them. Those tenths of a second matter, Taylor, when it comes down to the end in terms of how hard you're pushing the fuel, in terms of the fuel consumption, etc.
Certainly is, and how far you push can definitely perceive how your car is handling and how well you are focused in this stage of the race. Watching on, drivers are trying to push the car, but if you push it too much, it could cost you valuable time and then possibly putting you behind the wall in this race. So you have to be careful with that.
Where the major fireworks show goes off, absolutely. And there it is. It's down to a second. Zimmer within the draft. Zimmer, if he can close up 3 more car lanes, might have a shot for the Donninger hole before the pit stop cycle opens.
This is going to be intriguing. This is going to be exciting to see how this will play out. As they come out of Tiergarten, will we see our leaders come down pit road, or will they try to stretch it out another lap? We're about to find out. We should be seeing maybe them come down in the next lap or 2, probably, safe to say.
Remember Perelbit? 7 laps coming up to their stint this time. Torque and Adrenaline, and trouble for the leader! Trouble for the race leader! Eric Trolich with a problem. He is now bobbling. They have broken the car.
A heartbreak for the Torque Simsport team as they are crab walking down the Dottinger Hoher, and it has to make their way. Thankfully, they have enough time to get there. The problem is the car is going to be even more difficult to try to control.
Mandatory repairs coming up. That likely a fast repair may take them out of the contention for the race. Torque Simsport, 26 out of 27 laps led so far, and they put it in the Armco barrier after losing 26 seconds for the lead. This takes them out of it.
Well, we see this happen, and we say look at the replay as he is still struggling. Pit stops already, though, beginning as Dennis Zimmer comes down pit road. And Eric Torsch really struggling to try to hold on to that number 107 machine.
So the pit stops are awakening. As to be expected, Torwich is coming into the lane right now. Already on the jacks is Dennis Zimmer. Huge for Parabit Sim Racing. If they have a good outlap here on the 1 lap's offset compared to Adrenaline, they could take the class lead away. Some other battles starting to form up, by the way. 9th, SP10s, the Elephant car. Rider Racing Elephant, Project Dynamic Green in this. Also, a lot of other cars in traffic.
A whole lot of other cars in traffic as we watch the Elephant Racing machine try to hold on to the project over the Project Dynamic Green machine as they come out of towards the Dottinger Hoher. As they watch their way through, we should be seeing them make their way. This will be exciting amongst them.
Project Dynamic Green, for reference, 3 seconds quicker last time in a great corner exit under the bridge. And they're trying to use the Sebelt Esports car as a pick. 3 wide with the touring car leader. 4 wide. Low Grip Racing Team says, you know what? I'm gonna go too.
Oh boy, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, as they work their way up through the Dottinger Hoher towards Tiergarten. And this is going to be exciting. Could we see some contact? No, they're going to keep it straight and narrow and work their way out of Tiergarten before continuing on.
Good pass, use of the draft. That could have got interesting with it being 4 wide. You don't usually see that every day. Pit stops as expected coming up in front of them too. Some of the SP10 cars are coming in.
You gotta love racing here as we see more of the SP9 cars make their way down pit road. And our SP10 leader on pit road by the looks of it.
One of the top touring cars just had an incident, by the way. Karsten Fischer just turned around his 552. Couple turned back. So some more trouble spots building up also. Our fast repair has been indicated to be of use. That, of course, by Torque Simsport. Here is the thing, though, on the Torque Simsport car. They used it and then didn't mention in pit stop so it was more time. Here's the spin referred to. Hard hit for the touring car.
Ooh, very hard hit twice into the Armco barrier for him.
The people blinking their lights to say, what are you doing?
That or please don't hit me.
Yeah. But yeah, this is falling right again into the lap of Parabit. Torque Sim Sport has to come back in to serve the 5-minute stop.
Such heartbreak for some of these competitors during this stage of the race here, as they will continue on their way, but with adrenaline, Jochen Alt now taking over the race lead. See what will become of it as they make their way and get ready for their pit stop. They should be coming down pit road along with TLDR SimSport, the Frozen Speed FSR, and of course, that should be the last of your top front runners in the SP9 category.
By the way, you're looking at Paul Busby, currently dominating the class. It's so crazy how much this changed as soon as it started getting dark for their team today. As soon as Busby got in the car, as soon as it got dark, they just ran away from Marcus Gruel by a sizable chunk. It went from bumper to bumper to 50 seconds in less than 2 hours, Taylor.
It certainly did, and it just shows the ebbs and flows of motor racing here at the Nürburgring, where we see drivers who can be absolutely dominant, all of a sudden, of course, end up behind the wall to get repairs, and then, of course, those who were maybe towards the back half of their class now find their way up towards the front of the field.
Some incredible speed today from Busby. Currently one of the 16 cars still in the lead lap, by the way.
And you know what's funny? After almost just about a little over 4 hours of competition in the books already, Justin, we've only completed, coming now for your race leaders, 30 laps of racing action.
How big this racetrack is, right?
Yeah, exactly, and it just shows how big the racetrack is. 4 hours of racing equals 30 laps. It just shows the incredible talent and skill of how many people are out there on the circuit trying to make it work and try to survive around the circuit. We do have a couple of cars on pit road. We may have another retirement, possibly, as both Mad Sim Racing number 98 is out of the race, and I believe also, no, East Coast Motorsports is still racing, but unfortunately,
Deutsche Payment pit 13 minutes ago did not come back out.
Yeah, I'm looking over them right now. The 87, and they have none of their cars or drivers in the car or in and around the car, so they have taken it behind the wall as well. So 2 cars out of the competition out of the 56 that entered.
Take a look back at the SP9's battle for 7th. Cobalt Motorsport, as high as the top 5 earlier, they've recovered to 7th. However, the pressure is on, first of all, from Mattel Esports, who is nearly running them over. But 2, they just haven't had the same tempo as they did before the penalties.
No, they certainly didn't, and that just shows the incredible difficulty of how certain drivers are better in certain points of the race compared to others. As we ride on board with the Motul Esports machine in the number 50, moving up into the 7th position.
Or Motorsport just seemed very squirrely. Our position change coming up there for brought back for a team that's been around since 2019. The interesting is when it comes to the board, they've gone through several different team rebrandings over the years, it seems. They seem to essentially group their team members as the colors of their cars, whether it's the highlighter yellow whether it's orange, whether it's various other colors. If anything, that car might have a problem. As here's the expected pit stop for Adrenaline. Expecting Parabit to cycle to the lead.
Parabit, of course, will have a decent lead over, looks like it's going to be the Torque Sim Sports, but not counting their penalty that they have to go and serve. So you're looking at over a 30-second lead for your race leader, currently driven by Sebastian Harzim, who is behind the wheel of that number 26, as TLDR Sim Sports of Sam Holt now comes down pit road. Just waiting on the Frozen Speed FSR machine to make his way onto this pit box.
There's the TLDR machine. When all waiting to stop. This might be very strong, yeah. Something is off with Parabit on their opening laps, Taylor. They have fallen behind Adrenaline again.
They certainly have. Now make it 9 seconds. I'll take a look at their pit stop times. Parabit was 2 seconds off the pace compared to what Adrenaline did with their pit stops. So that could have made the difference a little bit, plus their opening lap.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. They've done it twice where they're in position to close in for the lead, if not be the leaders by the end of a cycle. And they just lose all the bunches of time. Absolutely unbelievable.
Now, once again, they have to drop the hammer and try and go back up to challenge for the race lead once again. But will they have enough time to, or will they be able to find a way to do so during this stage of the race?
I mean, based on their speed, once the tires are up to temperature, the record has said yes. But again, a new driver behind the wheel. First appearance for Sebastian Harzim.
Compared to Jochen Alt, who's been in the car for already a couple of stints as it is. So we'll see how this will play out for him.
So this pit window coming to a close for SB9s, expecting more windows to open in the near future here. Again, it is Adrenaline eMotorsport who leads the class by about 9 seconds over Parabit Sim Racing in SP9. Frozen Speed FSR did get the third of the line, but they completed a pit stop. TLDR Sim Sport, I think it's worth to note, though, tail elements that run through. They've recovered from their shunting to get up to third on the racetrack. Then you have Aggressive Sim Racing up to fourth. Road Speed FSR 5th, Mattel Esports up to 6th, Torque Sim Sport now serving the penalty, that shuffles Comport Motorsport to 7th. Troubles on screen as Low Grip Racing Liquid move to 8th position.
Certainly seems to be the case here as they work their way through. In about another 10 to 20 minutes, we'll next see the SP7 cars, and then towards the end, at the bottom of the hour, we'll see the TCR and the SP10s make their way down on the pit road.
Parabit already closing up 1 second in their respective fight. Let's take a quick glance towards how things go in the touring car as well. Michael Polasek. I think it's, again, important to mention, we thought Michael Polasek might do Polasek things. He's up 43 seconds. He jumped in the car not even an hour ago. Just over an hour ago, if anything.
Just about, and he's already showing some incredible pace around the circuit. And it's just absolutely incredible of what he's been able to accomplish so far. And he's looking to try and set the pace here in the nighttime for this TCR class. Of course, Michael Polasek, no stopping him. He knows how to handle these touring cars and able to put on a stellar drive during the night.
Last time by, 6 seconds gain. His average pace this stint, 6 seconds a lap quicker. When it looks like we may have gotten a confirmation something happened to Comport Motorsport with their car, they are taking a fast repair. Remember, they looked off on the steering the 19. They've just called for a stop. Getting a little
break
bit
tonight.
dicey with these two.
Yeah, it certainly is here as we watch them work their way through. But a tough break for the Kaport Motorsports Mercedes. He's going to have to try to come down pit road momentarily.
It's 666 you were keeping an eye on, zipping through here amongst some of this traffic. Amongst the many teams who have taken a fast repair. Remember, this event, take a fast repair, you stay in the pit lane for 5 minutes afterwards. And even then, you just see the difficulty with the traffic, even for them right now, to time it out with darkness. Oh, there's a car. Darkness, car. Off me Armco barrier, darkness.
Looking through the field right now, 16 out of the 56 cars entered in today's race have already used one or both of their fast repairs already. So still a lot of things, a possibility for some drivers to make some positions gained if there's more incidents for them. As we watch the Sport Support Racing Orange Machine trying to negotiate out of the carousel and continue on his way through the circuit.
Action on that call for Kaport Motorsport, they have been given a 0-second stop and go rather than the need for repair. Already down to the final 43 minutes of our first half of coverage before approach the second portion during the next daytime stint.
Which, of course, for me, that'll be about 1:30 in the morning tomorrow.
I was about to say, you get to do the night shift.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Of course, it'll be a great group of cast of characters joining me for that broadcast later on, I'd have to say. As I look up my list here, see who will be joining me later on.
You're doing every single hour of this event in secondary, yeah. Cam Walsh returns to Racespot. Can't remember the last time I heard Cam Walsh's voice. Then you get to teach Terry Radford road course things.
Yeah, we get to teach Terry Radford, aka our Hulk Hogan, here tonight. And then, of course, Andy McEwen will be on site with us here as we conclude the last 4 hours of competition.
And that's going to be intriguing. Again, those respective times start at 6:30 p.m. tea time. Hours 18 to 24. Keep in mind, Progressive has a chance to move up to third. They are reeling in the TLDR car.
They really are, and they're starting to try to see what they can do to close up that gap here. But Finn Marks really showcasing some speed here as he closes in on the Jan Christensen machine of the TLDR SimSport BMW.
Christensen's first into the race, and he looks slidey.
Very slidey as he nearly comes out of the corner. Same thing with Finn Marks as well. Slid and hit the grass a little bit right there as they head down the Dottenjahrhoer.
Marks has a lot more momentum, though. Christensen starting the stint on the back foot. We've seen cold tires seem to be a struggle. There it goes. Progressive up to third. One lap pressure tire, or around 1 lap heated up tires, rather.
Certainly the case here as we watch them work their way around the circuit. And it continues on here, but Finn Marks showcasing a lot of speed right now in that Progressive's Bravo team as they come out of Tiergarten and heading down onto the front stretch.
You can even tell once they're breaking away here, they just have the quicker car right now in comfortability with Christensen.
They certainly do indeed. And it's amazing to see how this plays out for them as they work their way around the circuit. Very impressive run by Finn Marks as he will move up into third spot, getting around Jan Christensen.
Here's the TLDR machine. And shuffling up for the gears. Top to fifth gear. Does have some higher up sim racing experience. Third split winners at Sleeping 12 Hours in 2021. So we can get some good speed out of his cars. Just doesn't have the grip levels right now he's looking for.
Certainly seems to be the case here for them as they work their way around. But Jan Christensen just trying to get himself situated for the circuit, but know for a fact he will be in contention for a good run during his stint tonight.
Reference, this team started about a year ago. Runs in a variety of special events with these logos on respective race cars as well. As well as has a YouTube channel which they've used a couple times. Like another black flag on the racetrack coming up. That's because something's happened to the 405 car. It's a meatball flag. Randall Racing just had to duck in, so they've ended up hitting another wall.
Looks like also the 552 machine is also receiving a penalty. The Sports So Fort Racing Green. They finally received their penalty for, I'm just going to have to say, they're going to be using a fast repair.
No issues building up. Here's a replay, and what? That is about esports. What in the world? That was second in the touring. What happened?
Very weird scenario for him.
Machetta spins it right in the middle of the racetrack. Nowhere for them to go.
Tough break for the Sabelt Esport team, who are having such a strong run. I would hate to see what happened when Ferrari joins later on. But they have now moved a ways back to second place. And they are almost a minute behind your race leader in the TCR category.
Lucetta is absolutely demolished. Not mandatory, but that car is struggling. Rear bumper damage. Lucky the wing didn't get sheared off with the contact.
Yeah, very close call indeed here, and surprisingly, it's still going without a meatball flag. That is very surprising indeed, I have to say.
Absolutely a big twist here for that respective class. Can confirm, Sports So Fort Racing Green, fast repair coming up. So, two of your top running teams in touring cars have just had things fall apart.
But that will change the entire dynamic of the TCR class here. As now we'll see who is able to try and challenge Michael Polasek, because right now he is all by himself, no pressure whatsoever. It's just him and a clean racetrack.
Yeah, this is not just strong pace now, but falling to his lap to have one of the biggest cushions you can have. Here's the thing. There is another car that can try and chip away if he gets unlucky this year. It's a slow choo-choo. It's Ava Verbatic, who's now the second in class with all this, likely, depending on what Sebel does, if they elect to fix the car or not.
Verbatic is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on here. I know Polasek will be watching and seeing what's going to happen of that team as they progress further into the night. But also another thing to factor in is just, of course, trying to avoid the chaos. Of course, yes, Michael Polasek not really making any mistakes out there as we watch the battle for third in TCR between Verbatic and the Race Tech Performance team.
So these drivers gonna be hungry to fight for a possible podium spot if things continue the way they are. It could be for both of them. There goes NGB Performance by NFCAD. Ava Verbatic with the upper hand. Christoph Peterson trying to find a way around Francisco Jose Romero. And they've also been pretty attached to the hip, although Ava Verbatic, before the driver swaps they had, Reese, in their last stops, I noticed, Taylor, had the upper hand strategy-wise.
They certainly do, and now the question is going to be, will they continue to have that upper hand as the run progresses on here? Getting the lead is one thing. Keeping it here at the Nürburgring is a completely different story, and we'll see if that works out in their favor as the run progresses on.
Information on the Deutsche Payment DNF. They ran out of drivers is the indication. They had 2 remaining willing to finish with their car. Their night is done. Look with Race Tech Performance Green.
Race Tech Performance having a good run in multiple different classes right now as they continue on. It's currently trying to go for a podium run in TCR and then, of course, in the SP7 category. They're currently sitting 7th.
Should be really interesting, to say the least. They're about even in speed. Just see the major difference is a little bit more willing to adjust the brakes to be able to send it that much bit deeper once he feels like he's dropping too far back.
Certainly seems to be the case right now for him as he's trying to get himself situated for a little bit of a quiet run right now, trying to keep up pace with the AVA Verbatic slow choo-choo machine.
Brakes once again. $19 hours, 32 minutes to go in this race. Full darkness, just approaching 6 p.m. in sim time for those curious. On the conditions, track temperature staying same at 65 Fahrenheit. Most air temp low as iRacing sim currently allows, although at times it may get to 64.
But if you think about it, with the possibility of, rain, of course, coming on the iRacing service, makes you wonder, will we get colder temperatures?
It'd be freezing rain if it was raining right now.
It would be.
I did check in on those cameras. They have cleared the track of snow. However, the parking lot and every other non-pathway is covered in snow.
You went up for a little bit of a snow day in the Nürburgring, in the real world at least. Unless you're not a fan of snow, then please stay home and stay warm.
I'll be honest, Canadian, and I still hate snow.
Well, from a Florida man to a Texas man now, I have to say I could take it or leave it with snow. I've seen snow, And there's certain limits of snow that I'm like, nope, I will not do it.
Have you ever been in an area where the snow is several feet tall, as tall as you are?
Yes, Vermont.
Now that's a story.
That was a story. Walking outside, this is my first time actually experiencing snow, actually, when it comes to going to Vermont. Walked out, and apparently there's this thing that certain ones taught me up there in Vermont, where if you tie some plastic bags around your socks and put them in your boot, it'll prevent the, snow from getting into your boots and onto your socks and making your feet cold. I did not know that at first. So walked outside, and all of a sudden, half my body is stuck in snow. I'm waist deep in it. And let's just say I was not happy with having my socks all wet and melt from this melted snow.
Now that is not the most comfortable of feelings with snow. Gonna say it again though. If snow came to iRacing, oh my goodness,
the fun that would be.
Sliding.
Imagine the chaos that would be able to happen here on iRacing.
Oh, what fun it is to ride around the green hell.
We're having a little bit of fun here on RacespotTV, as we are under 19 and a half hours left to go in the race. 30 minutes left to go in our first 5 hours of coverage. And then we'll let these guys go to work for a little bit of a long run into the night.
We are approaching, in fact, inside a pit window, by the way.
We most certainly are.
SP10's just ducked down. These cars also having to deal with some traffic. Here come the fasties.
Here they come indeed, as they come towards the back half of the course, towards the Dot in your Hoer and Tiergarten. They're now approaching that section here momentarily, and we'll see how quickly the SP10 cars work around these TCRs.
Nürburgring Racing amongst these trying to get by. That was also an SP9 slipping by. Doesn't seem to have really impeded the progress of the fight, if at all.
Looks to be the case indeed, I have to agree.
Remember there was that issue with the 910 car. Just got an update from the driver from that crash. Apparently, they've had pedal issues in the 910 car. David Bittard is now back behind the wheel after his technical issues. They are 6 minutes behind the leader, but they are back running on the racetrack in this SP10 class.
Gives a meaning of no quit, no give up. Keep on racing here tonight.
Even my David and Aston Martin factory drive, well, as part of his elusive resume, to say the least. Shout out to give there to Effect Esports and George Gruber, by the way, seen the pit stop on the Delta. Come in and made a driver swap for Lars Moldenhauer.
Seeing if any more drivers will come down pit road. We should be seeing now, like you said, the SP7s and the SP10 cars coming down pit road for their next pit stops. The TCR class, another looking over the laps and timing. For some of them, I say in the next lap or so, especially for your race leaders such as Michael Polasek and the Saybelt Esports team. For Vatic and Race Tech Performance, they should also be coming down next time by as well.
And this is still for third. The interesting thing I think about all this is Saybelt's still going. They're still running okay times. Vervatic holding on in the slow choo-choo.
And that's impressive for the...
Yeah. So it's not going to be as easy as initially thought. Stability Esports seems to be able to hold on to, at least with the damage. So one podium spot at least for now is up for grabs.
Question is going to be who is going to be the one who will get that podium spot when this race comes to an end here in 19 and a half hours. So that's going to be the question we're going to have to find out here later on tomorrow. We watch on the field continues to progress on through. Still watching the TCR battle for P3 right now. The choo-choo train is currently ahead of Race Tech still. Race Tech still just trying to be patient, maybe save a little bit of fuel, but we know that they have to come down pit road next time by, most likely for them, as they continue on into the night.
Here's the interesting part of this strategy window. They're offset by a lap already. Race Tech had to come in a lap earlier last time. So fuel has to be a major thought discussion point, at least if you're on that team too, though, right? Try and get back on cycle.
It certainly is, and trying to determine what would be the best strategy call to come down pit road in order to get back on cycle will be critical for these two.
Down to 19 hours and 23 minutes. These drivers duck in, some of them next lap or two. What are some of the major takeaways you noticed as this race has progressed over these first 5 hours?
Well, one of the major takeaways I've noticed is nothing's guaranteed here at the Nürburgring. You could be a dominant leader in the early stages. That doesn't matter. You could easily, like we saw with several teams already, such as the Torque Sim Sport Racing team who led early on, Saybelt Racing team who led early on, you could be already in major trouble, not pushing the panic button, but in trouble where it's a little bit concerning for you in order to try to come out with a strong finish. As we still watch over here, the Vervatic's trying to hold strong and working around some lap traffic. As a matter of fact, that is, I believe... No, that was a 718 Project Dynamic car getting by the Vervatic machine right there as they continue on their way into the night. But being so careful and critically where you set your car up is very important as well during the race. We've seen that time and time again. One bad place of the tires on the track can easily send you around.
SB9 battle, Team Snitchel by Starlight. Torque Sim Sport, that's where they cycled out after the penalty. But in a lot of these cases, absolutely, some of these teams are on the absolute back foot. If anything, they're holding on, trying to make sure to keep up.
And now's the time for them to make sure that they do keep up and do so quickly in order to not lose a chance of going a lap down or falling further and further behind their competitors.
What is that discussion like, if there is that discussion in the race for recovery?
Well, there's a lot of different planning, a lot of different strategy calls, such as maybe short pitting, staying out longer, trying to find different ways to make up time on the leaders to get your lap back, so that way you can have an opening here as we pick up the battle for 6th position in SP7.
These drivers have already swapped a spot once. That was the previous time around the Dodge Hoa. And that battle breaks up immediately for the pit stop for North Sim Racing. They were a slight bit off cycle. But again, that's going to be a critical part of the race too. Keep an eye on who you're supposed to be battling and make sure you're not overburning the fuel. Total Power Racing only made it 6 laps that window in the SB9.
And that is going to be something that they're going to have to keep in the back of their mind if they want to try and do some different strategies to challenge for maybe a top 5 or for a podium position.
Who's impressed you the most tonight?
Oh, there is multiple different drivers who have impressed me so far. You have Paul Busby in the FX Esports 911 in the SP7 class, just absolutely been dominating all day long so far. Michael Polasek, of course, you can't go wrong with watching him drive as well in the TCR category. In the SP10 class, Carter Hutcherson, he has yet to make a driver change, I would think, I have to say, looking over his timing, because he's still in behind the wheel of that number 85 machine and has stretched his lead out.
He's not behind the wheel, but his team absolutely has stretched it out. They actually just put him back behind the wheel this lap. But you're right, though. Hutcherson's been out of his world fast today.
He certainly has. And then in the SP9 category, you got to talk about Jochen Alt, who's been strong with adrenaline. The surprise of the downfall currently of Torque Sim Sport right now, as they have fallen outside of the top 10 due to the fact of their incident. So it's a lot of different storylines here, and we still have 19 hours to go to see who is able to survive it.
By the way, Torque Sim Sport has now made the pass on James McDonald. And for them, it will take a lot to have a shot at the win. They might get up a few spots, but as we've seen, you take the fast repair, yeah, you're way behind the pack from it.
Yeah, you certainly are. And for him right now, he is on the lead lap. But the problem is, he's only 2 minutes ahead of your race leader right now, looking over timing and scoring. 2 minutes. That may seem like a lot, but one bad run could then move that down to where he could be put a lap down here and could cost him the chance to maybe find a way to recover into the top 5 at least.
See that pace differential orbiting nearly 2 seconds up compared to what we've seen from Team Snitzel. But again, several of these respective groups have been battling. One of the major talking points too is how do you minimize these mistakes? Because it seems pressurizing a mistake, usually a saying of what you want to do, has become a very common thread tonight.
It certainly has become a very common thread indeed for tonight for some of these drivers. What you do will affect a lot of things to come for you in the rest of this race, so you have to be critical of how you want to run this line, run your race, as we pick up, I believe that is the 107 machine right now, who is currently trying to work his way through there. You see behind another driver, the Team Schnitzel machine, who's had a little bit of issues off and on. Nothing's too severe like what we saw with Torque Sim Sport, but enough to where it's something to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Here is David Pittard. We mentioned some of that real-world experience. We talked about the 910's recovery drive tonight. Had some problems with his own stuff. He's had pedal issues, this respective car. This car has had to fight just to be able to get to this spot in the SP10s.
Yeah, and he's not done yet. He's still got quite a bit of a ride indeed, but that FX Esports machine has definitely seen better days, as he is currently trying to catch up to this Turtle Sim Racing team, 4.8 seconds behind.
See just how much he's aggressively attacking the track. Lots of experience for him at this racetrack too, on top of being a multiple time champion.
With that comes with a lot of things still to come for him as they progress forward into this race. And I'm pretty sure for some of these sim racers who are racing with him, they lean heavily on how you're able to negotiate around a racetrack such as this.
On a couple spots, 6 hours, GTS 10 class that year. 2020 BLN competition in the specials. Picked up a victory in GT3 competition. Second, actually, in the FIA Endurance Trophy Championship for the LMGTEM drivers this past year as well. So, and that does include some of the esports experience he has throughout the years as well. So, a very talented race car driver, to say the very minimum, when it comes to this machine.
One of the best GT amateur drivers out there. He's definitely been showcasing the speed here tonight, and looking forward to seeing what he can do here for the rest of the race and into 2023.
And the big thing is, too, he actually just a little while ago announced that he had signed with AMR Official for that 2023 competition, for IMSA competition, for the GTD and GT Pro class. Marco Sorensen, his teammate, or one of the teammates for Heart of Racing.
And if you don't think that's going to be an exciting pair of duo drivers, then you better tune in to watch the action. Those two, plus of how strong the Aston Martin was in competition this past year alone, will really showcase the amount of talent and speed that these two drivers will have to showcase everyone.
That's on top of having to focus on the Daytona 24 coming up, the next big endurance race, and not just on iRacing, but the real world schedules as well. He's also going to be there in the real world for the GTD Pros. So that's going to be another milestone thought process too, and our carrot on the stick per se, for some of these teams.
Certainly is indeed, and of course, if you think about it, for some of them, they're already used to driving the cars that are racing. I mean, pretty much all three of these cars will race in some capacity at Daytona come January, whether it be in the Roar for the GT4 cars or the SP10 cars that are out on track, plus the TCR cars that are currently running out on circuit now. For the SP9 cars, they're going to be in the GT Daytona class, racing against the brand new BMW MV8 hybrid prototype, part of the GTP category. So very fun to see, as we'll be experiencing that new style of racing come 2023.
About 12 minutes to go until we cross things over before we head off into the nighttime. Dawson Alt is still in the class lead right now for SP9. Adrenaline E-Motorsport had things fall their direction, it seems. Especially with Parabit Sim Racing not able to close this run. Especially with what happened, of course, with the situation with Torque. Adrenaline's in a great spot here for a virtual win.
They certainly are. Now the question is going to be, can they keep it going for them and keep that quote-unquote adrenaline running for them in through the night?
You mentioned how impressed you were with Alt Hero. Oh, there's someone that stopped the side of the road they just passed by. Not to see which car that was, but there was a car stuck along the guardrail that came out of nowhere.
You have to be oh so careful during this time of the night, because sometimes you may not be able to see that car off on the side of the road there on the circuit. So you have to keep your head on a swivel at all times when you're trying to race around here at the Nürburgring at night.
And that might be one of the major focal points here coming up. Don't crash into the cars that are stopped along the track if you can't see, and hope for the best.
Pretty much racing at the Nürburgring is hoping for the best.
Still an 8.5 second advantage though in this class. That's the huge thing. But you mentioned Finn Marks. They're also coming in quick too. They've ran away with third in their car now.
They most certainly have, and they are really putting on some great speed right now. Currently, They were 8 seconds faster than TLDR Simsports of Jan Christensen last time by. They were almost just about a second off of the Parobet Sim Racing of Sebastian Harzim right now. So this is going to be critical to see how this will play out for them in this stage of the race.
3 different teams have mentioned they are taking faster pairs right now. Project Dynamic Green again. 23 of Turtle Power Racing, the 131 of PCF Racing Mint, who may have been the stopped car. All have indicated faster pair time. That is also going to be a major thing. Minimizing damage, right?
It really is. Minimizing damage will be critical in order to come out with a victory here. Remember, we talked about in the early stages of this broadcast, the winner of the race will be on pit road the least amount of times, and so far for some of them, that is not going to be the case.
Yeah, some of the teams have been in as many as 7 times in the pit lane tonight. DLT.exe esports kept an eye out for the moment there. They have lost tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of ground compared to the last time Silvio Almeida was behind the wheel. He's back behind the wheel. That car is long gone. Same can be said for DLT.exe, and of course they put George Simmons behind the wheel to add to the speed.
And we'll see Mr. Simmons go, and of course he will take off around the circuit, as Mr. Polasek will take a few moments to catch his breath and get ready for his next stint later on.
Yeah, that class, well, has flipped on its head, to say the least.
More ways than one, I would have to say.
And yes, that is the well-known driver who's usually with Apex Racing Team, who also is the coach for its academy for this car. Let's take a look at a replay. Hard crash. And yeah, that looks to be one of the cars we were looking at, the 424. Remember, Race Tech Performance have been battling for a fair bit of time. They've now gotten shunted.
And with that, now these drivers have to make their way down towards pit road and either take a tow or just carefully try to send their car onto the track once again, as we have a battle for 11 side by side. Team Schnitzel is now under pressure from the Turtle Power as they make the run.
Turtle Power just moments ago serving the Bellany. Gonna take a little time to get a move like this done. More struggling, it seems, to be able to keep up with the tempo for now.
You know, sometimes during this point of the race, it's best to try to find your own tempo and run your own race here. There's still quite a bit of late racing left to go here. Drivers are now, some of them who should already be in the car for already multiple times. We're starting to get some of them who have already raced earlier in this event. It's now time to get themselves settled back in for a tempo, get themselves going, and just trying to survive until Mr. Sun comes out later in several hours.
Important to note before you reach the final thoughts in this respective segment, Taylor. Noticing that the fuel mileage for a lot of these cars, since a lot of them are running on their own now, is starting to go down. Some of the teams only making it 6 laps, 7 laps, depending on their class. So the fuel is starting to become a trouble spot to save.
It certainly is, and that's going to be very critical for them. And as far as when to come down pit road, when to try and make a pit stop, and what they will do for that pit stop.
So as you see a little poke around and a run around now for the Team Schnitzel car. So we reached the final 5 minutes of the segment, Taylor. Your thoughts on what we've seen so far overall?
We've seen the highest of highs for some drivers in this race and the lowest of lows already for drivers in 5 hours of action. You only can imagine what will happen when we step away for the next several hours before we come back later on in tomorrow morning to bring the concluding 7 hours of the event. And as we see that, we're seeing drivers who are now starting to showcase their speed in the night compared to those who are maybe stronger during the daylight hours as we watch the battle for P3. As we see the Parabit Sim Racing team in a very hard battle for position over TLDR Sim Sports, who's now got a little bit of a fire lit underneath them. Who's going to survive through the night? Who's going to have that fire, that drive to come out on top and survive into the morning? We'll find out when we come back later on tomorrow morning.
And I think one of the teams you might have to put a star next to watch to see what they do is that 2016, the Parabit Sim Racing car. Not great on outlaps. Blistering quick, it seems, when you have the right driver behind the wheel to close the gap. That might be an interesting one for SB9.
It certainly will be. Keep an eye on them, that Parabit Sim Racing. If they can avoid incidents on pit road, they could come out as the race leader come morning tomorrow.
We've already talked about some of the recoveries, the respective points as well. That's going to be the major thing. Something's happened against the 19. Cabot has come in after only 4 laps. So another issue has just been picked up by one of the other teams in the paddock. Fast repair also being utilized by the 552. So far, Racing Green again.
It's not the stage of the race to be utilizing fast repairs. You need to try to save those as best as you can, and for some of them, they won't be able to do so before morning comes.
The LDR Sim Sport still keeping it close, but again, they'll have to pit soon. Furious in the midst of this. Coming up to the top of the hour. Coming up to 19 hours to go. And this will be also something to watch for with the new tire model, right? How drivers continue to adapt to that throughout the evening.
It really will be. We might see some drivers try some brave new strategies, but I'm pretty sure for most of them, they tested every possible outcome to see what they could do to try and utilize tires, save tires, in order to find any way a little bit of a heads up and step ahead of their competition. But the problem is also you have to throw in factors of will it work for them as they progress later and later into the night.
One of the closer battles for now on the racetrack, for those curious. Expecting it to break up with the window open this time. Credit to TLDR and 2. It takes a lot of effort to get back up here. Christensen started off the run horrifically. His pace seems to have settled down though.
Certainly has here, but Christensen is just, I think once the tires started to come into play for him, he was able then really to kick in and show some pace and show some speed. He is showing some speed and right there on the back bumper of Sebastian Harzim, but was quite a bit slower last time by about 4 seconds off the pace. And then, of course, we'll see how that action will play out.
They do have a car up the road, interclass traffic, 31st overall. FTR Esports to potentially deal with. Oh, and a black flag just given up Paul Busby.
And right before we end the broadcast, this changes everything.
The 911 has hit a wall, it appears. They have mandatory damage. The class leaders. SP7 has now taken a hit. They have some damage to the left side. Torque Freak Racing also with a penalty.
More chaos ensues here into the night, and it just shows the Nürburgring respects no one.
An unreal twist of the events now all of a sudden. As fast repairs build up, fast repairs indeed build up for some of your top runners. So now that has opened up the floodgates for DOT.exe esports. Taking a look still over at Parabit, Progressive just pit this time by. Both of these cars continue. TLDR looks like they're going another lap. So we've just passed the hour mark, past 5 hours.
So incredible to see the chaos that could ensue here tonight as they work their way around the circuit. But for the TLDR machine of Jan Christensen, will get around and set his sights on Parabit. As Finn Marks just now comes off of pit road. And Jochen Alt will try to stretch his lead out a little bit further. He should be coming down pit road here in the next 3 or 4 laps.
More so possibly in the next lap. He is on a 6-lap stint currently completed. For a bit, remember, and be able to keep on chugging forward for now. And what can you say when it comes to the top of the hour? Usually it's ding dong, time for some more trouble. What can you say? Top of the hour, the incidents build up again.
Certainly does build up again indeed here. And we'll see how this will play out towards the end of this run.
Low Grip Racing Mattel Esports coming in this time by for efforts in their class. Expecting TLDR to come in about 7 minutes when they zip around the other end of the racetrack. And we talked about fall off, right? With these tires. I think it's important to note, based on what we've seen, consistency has been very difficult to hit. There is the 911. They are out of the class lead for SP7. DOT.exe now controls the class for them.
Watching on here and seeing the competitors work their way through. A couple of more cars should be coming down pit road here momentarily, just before we wrap up here today. As Jochen Alt currently watching him. Actually, no, this is a battle for P2 and SP9 class between the Purobit Sim Racing and TLDR Sim Sports as they continue to battle coming through the midway point of the Nordschleife. As another car receives the black flag.
It's more repairs. Sports So Fort Racing Orange this time. Just picked one up. I think that will be also a question mark. How many teams will have fast repairs left at the rate they're going?
Well, give me a few minutes and I'll tell you how many cars we have left over with fast repairs.
No, I'm serious. By the time you get to the next stint, will there be anybody left with them, and how many cars will be running?
Honestly, I can't tell you. I would say by how some of the drivers are racing, we'll still have quite a bit, maybe a little over half the cars possibly, who have yet to use their fast repair. But, and that's a big but, that number can fluctuate between now and the next time we come back, and especially between now and the next time these drivers come down pit road.
See, word a penalty coming up for the 718 who's already had a crash. Oh, and something, speaking of crash, 8th overall, Cabot Motorsport has just binned it. They are stuck at the side of the track in a very bad spot. And you see how dark that car is. Able to find a hole. Let's take a look why. Wow. Off into the sand.
Oh my goodness. Off into the sand in the middle of pitch blackness around him. But for the Cabot Esports machine, not the time they've been having. They've been having pretty much a very tough race since the drop of the green flag.
They've recovered to the mid-pack in their class twice. Now, having to take a tow after the frustration. Still looking at barrel bit now. About 5 minutes from now, and goodbye for the night until the final 6 hours or so for this event. Manuel Luchetta waving hello to these two in the midst of their fight. Lucella is in the middle of the track. TLDR nearly gets hit by them in the backdrop with all that blinky.
That's one of the things you have to realize. That blinking can be very distracting as they work their way into the carousel here. You have to be so careful with that because as a little bit of an issue for Sebastian, he goes a little bit wide through the carousel. This could open the door for Christensen to catch up.
Hitting the lip of the carousel. Is going to be opening up a passing chance? No. If anything, if he hit any more of that, he might have spun it.
He certainly would have. The carousel is so critical to try and stay on the banking section of the track. You go above it, it costs you so much time and very easy to loop the car around.
Goshen Alt. If anything, this is falling in his lap. Because this is, again, first couple laps for Parabit seem to be struggles, bus times. Then they close up ground before it starts to equalize. They've lost a couple seconds here with all the sliding this lap.
They certainly have indeed here as we watch them work their way down through the back half of the Nordschleife as they work their way through, watching on. Look at the speed that you see Sebastian Harzim carry through that section of the course, really showcasing a lot of great potential of what he could accomplish if he was just a little bit closer to Jochen Alt in that Adrenaline eMotorsports BMW, as he is 1 minute and 14 seconds behind. Quite a bit of work to do here in the closing or in this stage of the race.
As we've expected, Adrenaline is in this time by TLDR, should be in this time as well. But as you can tell, they are a very lengthy bit behind where they need to be.
They certainly are. So the question is, driver change for the Adrenaline eMotorsports team. Tim Kasner will get behind the wheel of the number 47. So this could open the door for Purabit to take over the race lead, possibly. It's 39 seconds and closing, but Jan Christensen also has to pit as well. So this could give a big lead, possibly, for Sebastian Harzim if he is able to get around your race leader before he finishes his pit box stop.
Closing for tonight. For segment 1 of tonight's coverage of the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring, why don't we run down how your top 8 are breaking down so far in this one. Adrenaline eMotorsport coming out of the pit lane, still with a sizable advantage, more than 12 seconds over Parabit Sim Racing. TLDR SimSport currently in third. They come in now to give that to Progressive Sim Racing Bravo. Also amongst the front runners in this race, Frozen Speed FSR and the SP9 class, along with Patel Esports on the recovery, with Low Grip Racing and NGB Performance by NFCAD up to 8. Meanwhile, things have changed as we talked about in SP7 after a crash for Effect Esports. DLT.exe Esports Green take advantage. It's Matthew Briggs in control over Shower Racing by Tam Livery, Then, Secure Esports Adrenaline Motorsport Cup, Race Tech now the top 5. Also amongst the front runners, North Sim Racing, also up towards the front, along with PCF Racing Orange. Next class, that's the SP10 cars on the circuit. Carter Hutcherson has just outright dominated today, along with Frozen Speed FSR in that class. The 85 leads by a sizable minute and 21 seconds over STK iRacing team. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, they are currently, last time by, scored in the top 3. Remember though, some issues with that car have changed that order. Car taking advantage in that respective class in turn from that incident is Sapphire Simsport Alpha to 3rd. Turtle Sim Racing up in their spot to 4th, followed by McGuire's, Beck's Esports, Tool Esports 2, and Ryder Racing Outfits, the top 8. Rounding things out for the running classes today, your TCR class, led by George Simmons, driving the DOT.exe esports car. He leads by a sizable margin, minute 20 seconds over Sabella Esports. Aerobatic Slow Choo Choo, they've been quick today in 3rd. The Race Tech Performance Green 4th. iRacing Today Motorsports, Iconic Motorsports, and Sport So Fort Racing Green round out their running order. On that note, I'd like to thank you for tuning in for segment 1 of tonight's coverage of the Winter 24 Hours of the Nürburgring for 2022. The next time, continue to see the coverage will be at 6:30 a.m. GMT. Once again, be sure to tune in to see how the finals hours close out here from Germany.